So, shout out to Passport OG. I want to start there because if it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't even be doing this video. But here I am. Blink twice if you have hindsight. So, Kimberly Nicole Foster released a stream earlier this week titled Blink Once If You're Okay. How Trump Turned Women Against Their Husbands. So I'm going to talk to you or react to it in this recording. And right. It seems as though Nicole Foster is perturbed, like many black women are, at the results of the election. I'm coming to you sounding a lot less than perturbed because I am not surprised. I don't understand how we live in the same country, but we don't pick up on the same things. And hence the title, Blink Twice If You Have Hindsight. So let's get into it, shall we? I'm going to discuss this one first, but she also made another one, so I'm going to discuss that one as well. I'm not going to play the entire video, and I have sped it up so that we don't have to listen to everything. But I've got some things to say. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you for subscribing. And super thank you if you hit the Cash App. I don't have super chat capabilities yet, but that's coming soon. I am putting that into the universe. It's going to happen. And when it does, I'm thanking you in advance for doing that too. All right. Without further ado, let's get into it.
Now going to talk about a constituency that could potentially get Kamala Harris into the White House. Let me not go into my existential dread spiral. Oh, I have to say that somebody DM'd me the other day trying to call me out for being a non-voter. I don't know what has happened because you know how I'm on Twitter like that. This did my friend vote thing, and somebody looked at my name and everybody knows I live in Dallas and was like, "You don't vote." I lived in Oklahoma until recently. I lived in Oklahoma and was registered in Oklahoma until recently. You look at my name, I am registered. It says pending. I am 344. Now I will tell you, 2022. I don't even know what the fuck I was doing in 2022. I was going through it. But y'all gotta give me a pass. 2022 was a crazy year. I broke up and I was outside, okay? I was in the streets and I was still registered in Oklahoma and I didn't get back to drive up to Oklahoma to vote and I hadn't switched my registration to Texas. But anyway, everything before that is good and I am at 6 o'clock in the morning going to stand in line and vote tomorrow. Don't try to call me out. Don't try to call me out. Okay. Oh, next thing. This is our abortion is healthcare sweatshirt. It's linked down below. Abortion is healthcare. Abortion is life-saving medical care, but also abortion is a right. What did Hillary Clinton say? Women's rights are human rights. Abortion is healthcare.
Just going to stop her right there because that was a little cringe. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But that was a little cringe. And yeah, women's rights are human rights for sure. But it's interesting that this is where she started from after titling How Trump Turned Women Against Their Husbands. Just interesting how the two coexist. Turning against husbands and abortion being health care. Very interesting. I don't have a dog in the abortion fight, but I can agree that women's rights are human rights, Hillary. And I think that talking about that during a discussion about voting is probably important on some level, sure. But to start there is a choice. Is a choice. Um, I don't know if being turned against your husband can be blamed on an entity outside of your marriage, but here we are.
Okay. Oh, this is the merch. You can get it at shopknf.com. It's linked down below. There's also a lot of really cool, cute, well-designed new merch up on shopknf.com. Shout out to everybody who has supported. Y'all are the best. This is great. I got my notes.
I got my notes too, guys. I took 2 pages worth of notes, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. How will married women vote? Tell us, please.
To win. We actually need y'all. If you're an independent or Republican who's going to vote for Kamala Harris for president, we actually need y'all to at least do the Democratic senators. Come on. And if you are an independent or Republican and you live in New York or California, you also need to do Democrats for House. Come on. What do you have to lose? What did Trump say? What the hell do you have to lose? Okay, but the Harris campaign is betting on a historic amount of split ticket voting among suburban white women and educated white women. The trouble with that is Republicans are much more likely to be married, and married women have long voted alongside their husbands, and Republican men vote Republican. Let's take a look at the split.
Okay, before we take a look at the split, partisan divides in marriage are nothing new. However, it points towards the fact that maybe you're not married to the right person, in my opinion, right? And I know that as far as black marriages go, the divide isn't based on partisanship. It's based on age, education, um, and some other cultural markers. But partisan divide in marriages, other than black marriages, is something that I think has ramped up in recent years, which points towards, I think, a lot of the divorce numbers. Um, and when you look at Democrats versus Republicans, Republicans are much more likely to be married. And if you are married, it is thought that you would vote in alignment with your husband. So, again, this whole title of how Trump turned women against their husbands, it's like, I don't think that's what we're witnessing here. I don't think that that's at all what the outcome points toward either. So she might be a little bit tone deaf here, especially coming from someone who is black and does not share the majority experience. Okay, we're not watching an ad. That's what we're not doing. Sorry about that. I'll come back to it once I can skip the ad and we can listen back to what she has to say on partisan marriage and show us some stats, because don't we love stats? Okay, here we go.
As you can see from this, Republicans are much more likely than independents and Democrats to be married. They underscore in that write-up that that is true, even if you adjust all of the other variables, age, education, which is a big one, ethnicity. They say race, but race is a little bit iffy because this is a domain where there's a little bit of black privilege. As a black educated woman who is dating and is long-term partnered with a black educated man, we don't have that. Black educated men vote Democrat. Now, often with Black couples, they are politically mixed in different ways, but the divide within Black marriages and Black household is not partisan. It's how do you feel about trans people? How do you feel about gay people? That's the divide. Not in my home. But in a lot of y'all's homes, y'all are arguing over gay people, but you're still voting for Democrats, okay? In the white women's homes in particular, they are politically mixed in that way, but often they might be registered as Republican, but they maybe vote Democrat occasionally, or they're registered as independent, or maybe vote Democrat occasionally. It's just a different thing. If you're Black, we don't really do that. We don't really do that. And this divide is why we have seen Kamala Harris stumping across the blue wall with the nice, respectable white woman Liz Cheney, because they are hoping to create what is this election cycle's buzzword, a permission structure for the other nice, respectable women to put country over party and vote for Harris on November 5th.
So really, if you're going to put country over party, then are you voting against your husband? Because a country is made up of its partnerships. A country is made up of its families. Right? Parties tend to individualize, right? If you align yourself with one party and your husband, your fiance, your boyfriend or girlfriend aligns themselves with another, it doesn't seem, this is just my opinion. I'm not interested in being connected to someone who doesn't share my values. Just going to put this here because it's a good reminder. Um, if we are not connected via our values, then what are we doing? So here this tweet says, you can't say F men, but your only safety and self-defense plan is contingent on the very people you don't want around. You you also can't make a man 100% responsible for your life and your safety without giving that man some type of authority over what he's responsible for. And does that not include your vote? Now, I get it. Voting is personal. It's a choice that you make based on how you see the world, how you interact with it. But when you marry and you lay that responsibility on your husband as a woman, you can't make that man 100% responsible for your life and then say, I'm going to vote differently than you, because it's essentially spitting in his face. Now, the tweet goes on to say, if you believe your safety should be outsourced, then you have to actually listen to the person you entrusted that responsibility to. So, are you, as a woman, as a married woman, are you saying, I'm going to usurp whatever safeties that my husband has in place for me and trade those in for a candidate who may or may not uphold what they say they're going to do? It's a choice. The tweet ends by saying it's not about control, it's about predictability. You can manage predictable behaviors, you cannot manage a wild card. These things are inextricably linked, and you'll have a hard time convincing me otherwise. Just saying. I think this points more towards this fantasy life that we've bought into, thinking that we can have long lasting marriages and relationships with people who don't share our values. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the fact that Republicans are much more likely to be married and married women vote alongside their husbands. So, how is it that Trump turned women against their husbands? I'm still waiting.
we're keeping the existential dread away. Okay. So we are seeing right now a mountain of messaging aimed at those nice, respectable, predominantly white women, hoping to grab them not only with the issues, but pointing out that Donald Trump is a horrible fucking human. But not only that, you like Democrats on the issues, you recognize that Donald Trump is a cretin, and you can vote Democrat and your husband can never know. That's what a bunch of the current campaigns are trying to tell the women. You can do it covertly, do what you know is right, and your husband will never know. What we're
And that right there, again, points towards misalignment. Because why wouldn't I want my husband to know? In my opinion, marriage is a covenant that two people agree to and uphold together. So I shouldn't feel like I have to vote against the person that I live with, say I love, and have vested interest in. Um, saying that your husband will never know or your father doesn't have to know, it's it's this is why a woman being president is problematic, because we're resorting to tactics of emotion. Strategy should never be based on emotion. Strategy should always be based on logic and procuring the best outcome. If we are moving based on emotion and manipulation, then how can we be upset when we're outsmarted?
What we're going to do today is take a look at some of that messaging directed at the nice, clean, respectable, married white women. And we can have a little bit of a chit chat about whether or not we think that that is going to be effective. Let's take a look at, well, here's one ad.
Your turn, honey.
In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose, you can vote any way you want, and no one will ever know.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey.
Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Waltz. Vote Common Good is responsible for the contents of this ad.
Now, before we get into her commentary about that ad, I had never seen that ad before I watched her video. And I guess that was on purpose because the message wasn't directed towards me. I am not married. I am not a white woman. And I do not feel like the best decision for me is to vote in secrecy of, like, I get it, it's a personal choice, and I do agree with that. I think it is no one's business who you vote for. However, once the election has happened and we know who won, I think it's okay for us to discuss what what that fallout means for what our choices were, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But again, it's still your choice. It's not something that I think everybody should just do. Um, but I remember growing up in a country where when we were learning about the process and who's who and what's what, that having dialogue connected to that meant that we were seeking understanding from one another and that we were efforting towards something that would get us where we wanted to be. I thought that we were moving towards something positive and something that would bring us together, right? That we would have understanding, that we would be able to explain to each other why we feel this way, why we made this decision, and what it was based on, so that the next time we have the opportunity to make said decision, now we actually are doing it in a way that benefits more people. That was my thought process. So the attacking language towards Donald Trump in this video, I thought was really telling, but I also feel like it took away from the points that I think Kimberly Nicole Foster was trying to make. I'm apologizing right now for the sound of a kitty cat right now here in the background. We'll get back to the video.
That ad was created by a nonprofit organization called Vote Common Good, and they direct their messaging to religious voters who think Donald Trump is a disgusting human being. There has been a little bit of talk. I mean, it's died off recently, but a couple of months ago, there was a lot more conversation about whether or not evangelical voters might be peeled away from Trump because the abortion issue is off the table. I am not so sure about that because the trans issue has replaced the evangelical issue. I have a whole thesis about the fact that trans is the new abortion, for sure. Abortion was adopted by the religious right as a wedge issue, a rallying point for evangelicals to really get into their identity politics bag, something that they felt that they could be righteously outraged about, and that took them through electoral politics for 50 years. Generally, that's off the table. In fact, we see in a lot of the most historically conservative states in the country that they are actually now more pro-abortion than they have been over the last 40 or 50 years. A shout out to the Dobbs decision for helping women across the country realize abortion is healthcare. Abortion is healthcare. Okay. So we'll see. We'll see. I think we're doing good for a minute, and now there's definitely some question marks because now we have to have conversations about men in women's sports, which is bullshit, because if we are talking about children and girls and trans people, they're trans children, trans girls, trans young people, not men. But let's not even get into that. That was a 30-second spot with Academy Award winner Julia Roberts doing the voiceover. You saw in that spot the women faking out their husbands. We're doing the right thing. And then they go and secretly circle the Kamala Harris bubble and the women lock eyes and they're being subversive. We're back to the 70s again. Democratic pollster Celinda Lake has been doing a lot of explaining around the gender gap over the last couple of months. She used to be one of the lead pollsters for the Biden 2020 campaign, and her specialty is the intersection of electoral politics and gender. She explained on the New Yorker Radio Hour podcast why you have to message to married women this way.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car.
We'll get back to that in a moment. In the meantime, though, trans is the new abortion is wild. Did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch how she said that? I mean, I'm not saying that she's wrong, but it has become one of those things that divides the voters. And if women are trying to avoid conflict in marriages and that's coming up, it again points towards, hey, why aren't we aligned? Why are we married if we aren't aligned on this? Now, if I'm a woman and my husband is a man, then trans being the new abortion should probably be pretty low on our totem pole in terms of how we vote. That's just my opinion, because I can't spend my time thinking about or opining about things that don't directly affect me. Now, to shoot back to what Dr. Thunder said, something cannot be your fault but still be your responsibility, right? So we have to contend with it. It's still our responsibility to contend with these issues or talking points, but relatively, right? Relative to the life you live and where you stand on it. At least that's my opinion. So let's get back to the video.
Your husband will not know who you're voting for. Your father.
And what we find is that ticket splitting between men and women is higher when they vote in person in the voting booth than it is when they vote by mail. Because when they vote by mail, they sit down together and a couple of dynamics happen. Women tend to be more deferential to the so-called expertise of men. And men, of course, agree in their expertise. Women also, she'll think, I think I'm voting for Hillary. And he'll look over and say, we're not Hillary voters, we're Trump voters. Benghazi. And she just goes, oh, I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to fight about this. Okay, Trump, whatever. So, and I'm going to make the decision about what health insurance plan our family's on. He's not going to argue with me on that. So they have their domains. But there are three parts to successfully keeping women from voting like their husbands. One is to empower them, to say you have your own way of doing things. Lots of people have opinions. You have your own way of doing things, your own way of thinking about things. You take a 360-degree view, and here's a place where you can get some information to help form your own opinion. The second is to say the vote is private. The voting booth is private. No one knows how you voted. And the third is women don't like to vote for themselves. They like to act on behalf of others. So to call on them and say, you know, you're a role model. Our daughters and our granddaughters are looking at us. You vote for your family. You vote for what's best for your family. And so doing different ways to encourage them to make up their own mind. It doesn't work that well to say you're right, they're wrong. Because a lot of women don't want to vote because they're right. They want to vote because they're taking responsibility for other people in their communities and their whole families.
Yeah.
But wait a minute, there's like a revelation embedded in there, it seems to me, which is that actually in-person voting, which Donald Trump is always promoting,
There's
is
some good stuff
actually
in there.
bad for
In-person
him.
voting. Bad for the gender gap. There's a couple more ads that I hurriedly skipped through. Let's go back to the two other examples of this kind of targeted messaging for generally white women married to Republican men. Here's one from the Lincoln Project.
Still voting for him? Hell yeah. What about your wife? She don't like him, but she's voting for him. Same with mine.
Yeah. Let's do another one.
That ticket splitting between men and women is
Your husband will not know who you're voting for. Your father will not know who you're voting for. Anybody in your life who disagrees with you, they're not going to know who you're voting for. You can quietly, without a lot of fanfare, vote for the type of candidate and the type of policies that protect you and that protect your
Nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know. How would they know? How would they know? How would they know? I can't. I can't. Oh my God.
your children and that protect your community and that protect the other people in your life that you care about. You can just do it. No one's going to know. No one's going to know. If this is the most radical act that you can do is just with your vote according to your values. I love that for you. I love that for me. I love that for us. I would really, really thank you. The community of women would really, really thank you for standing up for yourself and for standing up for other women and for standing up for other marginalized groups that need it.
We saw two well-produced, polished ads and one TikTok that I saw on feminist Instagram Reels. And the two polished ads, the one from Vote Common Good and the Lincoln Project, they're explicitly about husband. Your husband doesn't know. We see the women sneak in and circle in the right bubble. The typical Instagram Reel TikTok was more informal, and it began with your husband doesn't have to know, your father doesn't have to know. They're hitting on white patriarchy because in the middle class, upper middle class, and above white communities, patriarchy is still a thing. And I want to underscore, I saw somebody say in the chat that this does not relate to the realities of 2024. Unfortunately.
Yes, it does. And this is why we are here. Why are marriage rates holding steady amongst that demographic? Because they uphold patriarchy. Because there is largely the understanding that as a wife, as a white wife to a white husband, I should vote alongside the interests of my husband. I would argue that a lot of the reason why we are in this position, in the position I'm referring to, is discord, is disarray, is misalignment, is because we got this notion in our heads that I can love you but hate your politics. And if you really wanted to avoid conflict in your marriage, then you would get on the same page with your husband. You would uphold the markers of patriarchy because that is what this country was built upon, and that is what has worked. go away from what to what in order to do what? That's the question. Why are we going away from what we know has worked? Simply because it's a new day? Well, there's nothing new under the sun, but that doesn't stop people from trying to create something, from drumming up, fashioning out what they consider is new, is different. And sometimes those differences are the start that stops us, doesn't bring us to a better place.
That is not true. We know that's not true, one, because there is tens of millions of dollars poured into political research. They have the cutting edge analysis of the dynamics within these families, within homes. They understand what messaging to promote and what they think has the highest chance of voting. Celinda Lake, the longtime Democratic pollster, has reiterated the same thing. These people they're in the shit. Moreover, there's other academic research. I'm thinking of Wendy Wang, who is, I believe, the director of research at the Institute of Family Studies, and Ami Gordon out of U Michigan. They have done research around how partisanship and political divides harm relationships. And in Ami Gordon's research in particular, we'll say Gordon et al., because I believe she had some co-authors. What they found was that women in their marriages are trying to avoid conflict, generally. And if bringing up a partisan political split, and the Gordon paper was published this year, by the way, and if there is an opportunity to avoid conflict around electoral politics or any other political issue, generally women will try to avoid that to keep the peace. That dynamic is particularly present in conservative households. In households that value or prize traditional gender roles, women feel much more pressure, according to Gordon et al. And actually, let me tell you the name of the paper. Let me see if I have that in the notes. Oh, I didn't write down the name. Something about love. I love you, but I hate your politics, or something like that. I love you, but I hate your politics. Something along those lines. But University of Michigan. And they looked at survey data from 4,000 individuals, 500 couples. They found what I'm sure most of us would assume: political dissimilarity in relationships makes the relationship less fun. People are less happy when they're arguing with their spouse about politics all the time. They also found that Wang and Gordon found that intra or interpartisan, interpolitical party marriages have declined in the Trump era. And if you are a hardcore political person, you are much more likely to prioritize finding a partner that also shares your politics. As a hardcore political person, I can tell you.
Have you ever considered at-home needling?
At-home needling sounds painful. Sorry for the painful pause here, but I'm trying to let the ad play before I get back to the video, which should be shortly. If you haven't hit the like button, please go ahead and do so.
As a hard
second. Leon, I thought I was going to do it last night as well, but I wanted to get Mr. Z's commentary, and after he did such a long stream yesterday, I thought it best to postpone it to today so that I could get his commentary. So I apologize if you were waiting for it last night and you didn't get it. We make plans and God laughs. But thank you for being here now. And if you haven't already, please hit the like button, Leon. I appreciate you.
Or political person, I can tell you that is true. If you say that your politics are important, you are not getting with somebody who does not share your politics. But there are a lot of women for whom politics is not at the forefront of their mind, and they don't even realize that this is a big deal until somebody like Trump comes along. So right now
And to that I say, those are people who shouldn't vote. Sorry. Sit this one out. Sit it out. If politics are not at top of mind for you, you don't have a say one way or the other. You don't have enough knowledge. You haven't done research. You largely don't have much of an opinion in your day-to-day life. Sit it out. Let your husband do the talking for you both. This clamoring for votes from, I'll just say, people who don't consider voting as part of their normal day-to-day lives or the election process as part of their everyday lives. My argument is that those people's voices aren't heard anyway, so why should they matter at such a crucial time? Now, I know that's a hot take. I get it. I get it. But I say it with love, and I mean it. Just sit it out. It's okay. You can sit it out. I love you, but I hate your politics. You should have considered that before you said I do. What a notion. Because how can you honestly, truly love someone but hate their politics? Do you really love that person? That's a conversation you and your husband need to have, I think.
See a lot of women registered as independents or Republicans married to hardcore Republicans, or even women who are old school Bill Clinton Democrats married to hardcore Republicans. And the Trump era has made their political differences with their partner much more salient.
Leon 008 says, it's interesting how many middle class and suburban white men sat it out. Clearly, none of this really affects them. Makes no difference to them. Even the theory of fascism doesn't affect them. Well, I think that's a privileged position to be in, especially during this time, but it speaks volumes for what the outcome was. And you'll hear her talk about this later, but Trump really didn't have to do very much heavy lifting to earn votes this time around. Hey, BGS.
Hey, Toya, what's going on?
Oh, just reviewing Bowser.
Bowser. She never asked a question when they talked about women in conservative households, okay? We don't have arranged marriages. How did they get in conservative households in the first place? They chose it.
Exactly.
And it would make more sense that she's conservative also.
hmm She talks about that too. How there's
So,
only 1 degree of separation between herself and those conservative women.
and she knows who they are. So there's a reason that they choose their husbands.
I that's all I'm saying. You chose it and then one day you picked your head up out of the sand and said, I don't agree with this. Well, too late.
Yeah,
It's too
yeah.
late.
You have the same values he does, supposedly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're enjoying the fruits of that labor, so why
hmm
you gonna switch sides now?
What the thing is, there's liberal guys you could have chose. How come you didn't choose a liberal guy?
Exactly, BGS. That's all I'm saying. It's
hmm
the quiet part out loud. Please.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, she didn't choose. She didn't choose a conservative guy,
No.
even though she's not married. So that might have something to do with it. But
They might be working towards it. They've only
I,
been together for about, I don't even think it's been a year yet.
it doesn't take that long.
That's true, but I think there's more to come, more to be seen as
Yeah,
far as that goes with
yeah.
her.
I tell most guys if you don't want a big wedding, just wait a year and a half. Okay, then she'll be satisfied with it just as a piece if she
That's
really wants you.
true. That's true. And if she's post wall, she will probably come in with that suggestion. Ask me
Uh,
how I know.
Let's get this over with.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah, go
exactly.
ahead.
White women are on the Electoral Underground Railroad because they hate Trump and they are married to men saying, well, January 6th wasn't so bad. And here's an example.
Political tension wasn't something Carol from Michigan expected to face with her husband.
The day after the election in 2016, my husband was working in Italy, and I called him because I've never been political. I'm just an anti-news kind of artsy gal. And I called him and said, Hillary lost, and I was absolutely in tears. And he said, well, of course she should have. And I was like, uh-oh, here we go. And
And before we get to the wives of the deplorables,
Uh-huh.
I just want to stop this right here because she told us a lot just in that first little bit of a snippet. She told us a lot.
Yeah.
Perhaps her life of not being very political, not into the news, and being an artsy gal
Mhm.
is made possible by the
Yeah.
fact that
Mhm.
her husband is doing the sort of work that affords her that lifestyle.
Yeah.
Just so you know, when you hear me speaking, it's pre-recorded. So that's why you see my icon twice because I recorded my reaction to it and I am doing a live now of that pre-record. Just for anybody who might be confused.
Okay.
That cements that lifestyle. She couldn't be so concerned with politics because her life is one that affords her to continue to live in such a way that she can be that artsy gal. And this is what I mean about patriarchy. This is what I mean about aligning with someone who you understand what that choice provides. Not being married for the sake of marriage, but understanding that the marriage affords you a lifestyle that you desire, that you admire, that you want to continue. And so for me, marriage is less about the it's less about the overarching theme of always agreeing to things and more about, hey, I trust you and your place in my life is based on that trust and what you're doing to afford us both a life that we want to live. This is why patriarchy works. But if you are pausing at the fact that now all of a sudden Hillary's able to run for president and is a viable option, but she didn't win, and that bothers you, that's a conversation you should have had way before 2016. If you guys
Yeah.
were married before that, and it looks like, by the looks of this woman, she's been married to this man probably all of her life. It's too late to have that conversation when all of a sudden you decide to pick your head up out of the sand and vote. Didn't I just say that?
Yeah. 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 And
She talking about
she's in tears, and she never talked. She never expressed how she felt about politics because she was never interested. So guess what he thought? You're not
yeah,
interested. And guess what? You weren't interested. So
it
white
was
out.
a non-issue.
It was a non-issue. Yeah. To him.
Yeah, you talking about your husband in Italy and you're an artsy gal, and by the looks of it, that's a probably multi-million dollar home.
It is.
Okay, so what are we really discussing here? That you regret your decision that you made years and years and years ago? I'm sorry, I don't want to be married to somebody who signs on full fledged in the beginning and then halfway or three quarters of the way through decides that my ideologies no longer work for them.
The thing is, you've been married to this guy how long? You don't know how he
Right.
thinks.
Right.
The thing is, you didn't care how he thought.
This shouldn't be news.
It shouldn't be news. Yeah.
I digress. Back to the video. That's tough, but it's the truth. You can't wake up one day and decide that since there's somebody available to vote for that now you want to vote for after admitting yourself that you've never been political. You can't be upset when that doesn't go the way you wanted it to, because that's just not how elections work.
And that was the beginning of realizing what his beliefs were versus mine.
In an effort to find support after Trump's election, she started a private Facebook group, Wives of the Deplorables, a tongue-in-cheek name drawing on a comment by Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton in 2016. A handful of the group's 175 members spoke to us, but didn't want to use their last names. Most of these mixed political marriages have survived, while some ended in divorce. But the 2016 election was a turning point for them all.
I needed
Look at what Maggie says. She never needed to care. Only
Yeah.
when she wants to see herself in the White House, then it's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, but she never expressed that she wanted to see herself in the White House. Even then,
Okay.
she's doing a private and secret, um, online group with other women that want to keep it a secret from their husbands. Why don't you talk to him?
Okay. You talking to a bunch of people you're not married to.
Yeah,
There's your problem.
yeah, yeah. Instead of talking to him.
And this is why I know this is not favorable, but this is why I don't think women have a place in the White House, especially not the White House that as we know it.
If you do, it should be. I mean, men don't have a problem with electing the best person for the job. Okay, they really don't.
Sure.
Because Hillary
Sure.
Clinton got the popular vote. Okay, there's a reason that she didn't get elected. It had nothing to do with her being a woman.
No,
And she never,
but
and this woman, they never said why he didn't want to vote for Hillary. It might not have been because she was a woman.
right.
It might have been why she's her stance on politics, or he's in Italy, so basically international politics or geopolitics interest him, and she's horrible at it.
Right.
So it could have been a host of reasons. It
It
might
could
not
have.
be. Yeah, the thing is, they never said anything. She never explained why he didn't. Um, he was glad that she lost.
And that is a patently womanly thing to do.
Hmm.
Rather than go to the source and ask the direct question,
Hmm.
infer a bunch of things that may be very untrue and
Hmm.
run with them.
And run with it. And then I mean, I know women have to deal in subterfuge because they're the so-called weaker sex. Okay, I
Right.
get it. But the thing is that once you marry somebody, you're supposed to know that person. Okay,
Okay.
supposed to. You got to live with him. Yeah, we have to. You watch his habits.
Seems like a small ask.
Small ass. I mean, you know what he reads because he reads newspapers. I'm sure at some point he's going to say how he feels about a candidate.
But if, as she admitted, if you are not political and have never really been into that, he's
Yeah,
not going to bother you with that.
yeah, yeah. Well, that does happen because I've done that myself. You can tell when somebody's not interested in what you're talking about. So guess what
Exactly.
guess what you stop doing? You stop talking about it. Not because you don't want them to know.
Right.
It's because their eyes glaze over. Okay, all right.
Okay. Exactly. And Maggie said she'd divorce him if he was on the interwebs with a bunch of other men calling her deplorable. Right.
Yes, yeah.
That would be a huge issue. Okay. But again, going back to the whole emotion part of it, this is why I'm not a huge proponent of a woman being in the White House until
Mm,
we can get past that barrier, because
mm-hmm,
strategy has nothing to do with emotion. Anytime you base a strategy on emotion, you're
mm-hmm.
going to lose.
Yeah, yep.
Shout out to Dave Tao.
other women to talk to help who are in similar situations to help talk me through it, to figure out strategies to get to, common ground again.
If you look at the group, you will hear a lot of pain that women are struggling to be able to maintain their relationships.
Y'all think I'm
Why?
bullshitting? Y'all think I'm making it up? No. The white women, not all, okay. Truly, the suburban educated, exurbs and suburbs educated white women are going through it. Okay? There's
Why? In other
But
words,
it's my belief that
yeah. Go
it's
ahead.
self.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let it play.
I can pause it. It's fine.
Oh, the thing is that um, most of the time you wake up, you find out your husband doesn't agree with you. Now you're dissatisfied with your husband. Now you're filing for divorce. What sense does that make?
None. But this is why I said if you before you marry someone, you should be understanding of the fact that you are signing on to echo his sentiments, regardless of whether you see the forest through the trees, you agree. no matter what. The whole point of this is I'm entering into a covenant with you because I
Mm-hmm.
trust you and
Mm-hmm.
I want your support and protection. So
Mm-hmm.
even if that looks different from what I independently think, if I still want that access to you or from you, then I need to be in alignment with you.
Yeah, I mean, no matter who's in president, no matter who the president is, okay, you still have to run your marriage, okay? Just like
Okay?
no matter who the president is, you still got to go to your same job tomorrow, okay? No matter who the president is, your kids are going to still go to the same school that they've been going to for the past 4 years. So why, no matter what you feel about who the president is in that White House, okay, unless they're doing something horribly wrong, does it make a difference in your marriage?
And
Where
that's
you
the
where you
bigger
agree or
picture.
disagree, okay?
That's the bigger picture because this is likely not going to change their lifestyle in one bit.
Probably not. Yeah.
So, what are we really talking about here?
Yeah. I got a whole family that disagrees with me as far as politics. Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't
But
mean you don't love them.
I don't mean I don't love them. We just don't agree. Okay.
That's it.
We move on. Okay.
That's it.
And then we go to lunch tomorrow.
That's it. Who's cooking the greens?
Who's
What's
cooking the
going
greens?
on?
Don't you
Well,
wash them greens in that bathtub?
Don't you do that. Kamala's never going to be able to live that one down.
Even though
bro.
Tommy Curry says, I don't know what people are tripping about because he said, I'm from Southern Louisiana. Okay, rural
Mhm.
Louisiana. We do that shit all the time. So I don't know
Yeah.
where you guys are coming from.
Yeah. You got to read the room. She was supremely tone deaf.
Yes, she was.
Hmm. What were you going to say,
But-
Mr. Z?
Oh, and thank you for having me up, Toya. What's going on, BGS?
Yeah.
So to the question that BGS and Toya asked about, um, what's the issue here? But that means you don't believe in female leadership, then, husband, right? Like, I'm not saying that I'm not enjoying our marriage and the fact that you've taken charge and the fact that I'm able to be the artsy woman that doesn't really care about politics. I'm not saying I don't enjoy that, but I would like to know that theoretically you would be okay with female leadership, even though that's not exactly the dynamic we have going on. But I just want to know it. And like, you didn't even placate me and be like, "Oh, there, Hillary lost." You see what I'm saying?
Uh
I
huh.
think that's what, especially for a lot of white women. Like, I've made this assessment over and over again.
Hmm.
Patriarchy in the streets. No, excuse me. Patriarchy in the sheets. And feminism in the streets, right? Feminism in the streets and patriarchy in the sheets. It's the idea that you as a man believe that women can do exactly what men can do and they can rule, and actually you might advocate for it, even if that individual woman that's your wife or your girlfriend, right, um isn't that person, and she's living off of you, and she wants to be the stay-at-home mom, or she wants to work but not so hard, and both of you are reliant on your money or whatever. So
Hmm.
I get it, and Toya's right about the half of the reason why you're able to be that artsy woman that doesn't care about politics is because he's taken over everything.
That's all I'm saying. And you had no issue with it up until 2016. So you might
But
as well ride it on out.
well, that speaks to the fact that, like, there's people that are they're they're apolitical, not so much because they would rather not be bothered, but because ignorance is bliss.
Right.
And I
Yeah.
don't want to really have to know
Yeah.
what goes into making that sausage. I don't
Okay.
really want to know what goes into making that hot dog. So like,
Okay.
it's being the girlfriend of the mob boss or the wife of the mob boss. I know he buys me nice things. I know I have a nice car and a nice home, but I don't really want to know what he does to provide me that. Like, I kind of get it, but I don't really want to know. And
No,
white women are that all day, every day, especially the ones that's married to
nobody's
some of
gonna
these,
know.
like,
They're gonna know.
guys. Yeah. Yep.
How would they know?
Mhm.
How would they know?
Yep. Yeah.
I just kept hearing that play in my head every time.
When I was talking. Yeah.
Shout out to the Clue channel. Please do hit the link. I don't mind you and BGS arguing. I think you are both grown men who can find your way around an argument. So please hit the link if you'd like.
No, yeah, well, he doesn't do good with arguing with me.
Oh.
Hey, if he's sober, he can come on up.
I think at 1:30 on a Sunday we have a high chance of him being sober. But
Okay.
what do I know? Hey,
I don't know.
AP Media.
You did say a Sunday though. It is 1:30, so it's not too late
It's
before work
true.
on Monday,
It's
and it is
true.
a weekend. I'm just saying that
I
you gambling
already
right
had
now, Toya.
myself. I already had myself some whiskey, and my mom had some vodka.
Oh
We
man.
both were like, "Well, it's after 12. We might as well." So,
Right. Too.
shout out to Louie in the building. Let's get back to the video. Hold on. Nobody's gonna know. How will they know?
Exurbs in suburbs, educated white women are going through it. Okay? There's
But it's my belief that it's self-inflicted.
Yes.
Okay, now you had to make yourself a Facebook group where you could find solace amongst other women who decided or who realized, wait a minute, I'm not aligned with the way my husband votes and I don't know what to do about it. But not so much that you're willing to leave the marriage. Now, she did say that some of
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
marriages ended in divorce because of this. And we did see scuttlebutt regarding that during the 2016 election, how lots of women woke up and found their voices and decided that being divorced
Yeah.
was better than being married to someone who voted against their interests, so to
Okay.
speak.
And how'd
But
that work out for him?
what a fine time to realize that.
You blow up your whole life over what?
Look,
Whoops.
I wear my politics on my sleeve.
Hmm.
As a matter of fact, funny enough, I was listening to the one of the links. I had to run, we reckless right now. So I took a little lunch break earlier and I had to run into 7-Eleven and grab some stuff to drink. And I'm listening to Miss Foster, and the guy behind the register can hear her speak, hear because it's loud enough on the headphones where he can hear Kim Foster going off. And so you could tell what he voted for because the way he was looking at me like, but I'm like, I didn't vote for her to come on. I know you think that because of what I'm listening to, but I didn't. But I wear my politics on my sleeve. Mama Z know what I did. Papa Z, like I literally spoke to my dad last night. My lady, like, I agree with Toya on this. Like, and I had a homegirl like this at one point that I used to work with, and she asked me, hey, do you know who such and such probably voted for last election? I'm like, you've known him longer than I've known him.
Yeah.
How the hell do you not know his politics? And you realize, like, apolitical people or people that are not really like most people's relationships are surface level. That's what you really realize with that. Even their marriages, in many respects. And so they don't really appreciate people's politics and worldview. They don't know people's social stance. It's just, oh, we do this one thing and this is the thing we enjoy. So that's the thing we talk about when we're around each other for the most part, which is
Uh,
frightening itself.
because most people really are not interested in politics. They're only interested in the emotion because in the propaganda that they're fed. They sit up
That's
and
it.
they watch CNN, they watch MSNBC, and they can. It's not really. It's almost like a soap opera. It's not really a real life thing.
So when you wake up and there's a repeal of affirmative action as a black person, or there's a repeal of Roe versus Wade as a woman, then you're like, oh crap, but you wasn't into politics
He
though.
wasn't into
Oh,
politics then. Yeah, well now it comes home. Okay, now it comes home.
yeah,
I
yeah,
should have paid attention
yeah,
to this,
exactly.
and I should have formed a feeling about this. Okay, but now you wake up. Now it's okay. Where am I now? Okay.
Immigration policy, policy on that little slice of Europe they have in the Middle East.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
and you're like, where's our tax dollars going? Oh, it's going to fund Ukraine so that they could, drive Russia into killing a lot of men. But anyway,
It's
but
yeah. Well, they don't even know that. Where's Ukraine? Okay. That
Right.
oh yeah,
sounds
don't
good.
even
They're fighting for their
yeah.
freedom. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, I'll donate. I donate like almost like the children in
Dumbass.
Africa, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. I think I really realized that back when Bush was in office. I don't know if y'all remember those clips of people going around interviewing people and like saying, what does USA stand for? Or
Hmm.
who are like show me on a map where Australia is, or
Uh-huh.
like show me, and you realize like how bad it is for like a lot of Americans, you're like, wait a minute, these niggas don't know nothing.
They don't know anything.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't. I learned that. I was like 18, 19. I realized that most people have no idea why they're voting for somebody.
And this is why I said those people needed
That's
to sit
scary.
this one out. But can't say
That's
that.
scary.
Can't say that.
That
No, no.
that's
We have
that's
to go. I have to go to the polls and
Get my
vote
sticker.
my feelings. No, I have to vote my feelings.
that
Yeah.
that it is frightening to me that you're talking about tax in Ukraine, but you don't know where Ukraine is. Oh,
Okay.
you don't know, like. I could point out the different countries. Well, I have the entire eastern seaboard of Africa mapped down and just about the entire west coast. It's the interior that I start getting a little fumbly on. But all of the west side of Europe, once again, as you go past Poland, I get fumbly again. All of China, Japan, Mongolia, and all that other stuff. Like, but people don't get that. You're like, wait, but you're voting for the next president, bro. Wait a minute.
Right.
Like, you don't even know who your mayor is. You don't know who I know my senators names. Like, I know, like, I don't know. Anyway, okay, yeah,
We'll get back
that's
to the video.
go ahead. Frightening.
A whole marriage and in most cases raised children and uh, property and all kinds of other investments that married people make. Later, now you've decided, oh, this doesn't this doesn't work for me. What a conundrum. Now you're making ads that support undermining the very marriage that builds a country. Because marriages, families are the backbones of society. Society is what a country is made of. Campaigns encouraging wives to lie to their husbands undermine the marriage, at the very least.
There's also a write-up in Axios, and it wasn't a broad-based study of any note. There wasn't a huge data set. But divorce lawyers in Washington, D.C. were saying that they were seeing an uptick in divorces where women cite political division within the marriage as a precipitating factor of divorce. Donald Trump is tearing people apart. Donald Trump is destroying the white family.
And she cackles.
Donald Trump is tearing the white community apart. We'll
Delusion 101.
We'll see. We also
And she's cackling. That's why is that funny?
I might cover this myself because this is not there's nothing to laugh about. I saw some of those ads and they're worse than in my opinion, they're worse than the no voting, no fucking ad because I never thought I would see the day where you would literally see an ad tearing at the fabric of the family.
It would, and then while all while encouraging families. Okay, it doesn't make sense. Donald Trump. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
She has no dog in that fight.
Yeah, well,
she doesn't have a marriage. She doesn't have a family. That's why she can laugh at this. That's why she can cackle.
I think she cackled because in her mind it was a very strong chance that Kamala may win, and she was cackling because she thought she was on the right side of history. She thought she was on the winning side, and she over-indexed on white women pulling through for a particular agenda. And so she's cackling because it's almost a foregone conclusion, at least at that point for her, that Kamala's going to win and I'm on the winning side. You see what I'm saying? It's cackling because of her idea of family, and like all of you want to be patriots. I think she's going to say that a little bit later. She's going to say it like the partner part, and I really want to see how BGS and AB respond to that. You'll see. It's coming up. It's coming up. Go ahead. Go.
I don't
Shout
think
out to
any
the
of them.
panel. He's joined the panel. Hi.
Hey, I don't think any of them believe what they're saying. I don't think I think they are repeating a script because you've been saying that Trump was Hitler for the past 7 years. and now you're just casually conceding to his win. How do you casually concede to a Hitler win?
They're
You
not
didn't believe that to begin.
Oh, they're
They're
not casually.
crying
They're
about
not.
it.
No. They're not casually conceding to it. No, they're not.
They're not.
No.
Yeah, I don't think it's casual either. They're crashing out about it.
Yes.
Maybe
Yeah,
she
they're
isn't.
crashing
I'm
out.
talking about Kamala and the people high up that are
No.
running on
Oh.
the
Oh
party.
no. They're not casually conceding to it. No, they're not. But
Oh
the
no,
thing, the thing is, okay. The thing is, the background is that the Democratic Party was split is because it's really not about Kamala. People focus on Kamala, but it seems about the whole Democratic agenda that was behind Kamala. Kamala was just a figurehead. That's what most people don't understand.
And
So
not
the
a good one.
they're not a good one. And everybody, I've actually played the split between the Democrats and most of the Democratic Party not believing in Kamala Harris. Okay, as far as the viable candidate. Okay,
It was
so
the
but there was
JFK Dems against today's Dems.
no. This is what we call the George Bush neocons versus the Reagan neoliberals. Okay, that's basically what it is. This is what's going on. Okay, with your view of the world, and that's what's going on. Or basically, really, what it is the Hillary Clintonite wing versus the Obama wing.
Mhm.
To actually put it plainly, and in fact, that's what was said by Pelosi, was said by AOC, it was said by what's her name, Maxine Waters. It was said by a host of other people. The exact same thing. That's what's happened. That's what happened, and virtually the Kamala Harris is a long shot. Okay, I mean they knew it.
I know.
So they're not. That's why they're not crashing out. The thing is, it's already accepted that they were going to lose anyway, and it had nothing to do with Trump. For the most part, it had nothing to do with Trump or Kamala Harris. It was their policies over the past 4 years. But the thing is, they need somebody to blame. And then so what they're blaming is a so-called poorly run campaign, so-called people didn't want to elect a woman, yada yada yada, which is not
Yeah.
really the case. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
I
red
don't
pill
think those.
sleeper cell. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Yeah, they're eating the dog. Yeah, which,
Yeah, they're eating.
which I said were
Mhm.
2 days before he even said it
Sure did.
on the during the whatchamacallit. So as soon as he said it, I knew what they were doing. Okay, that's a dog whistle. I told people it was a dog whistle even before it
A
happened.
dog whistle.
Yeah, you know what a dog whistle is, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm just eating
And,
the
and
Yeah,
other,
dog.
yeah, but
and,
yeah, he
and,
thought it. Yeah, but I hear him. I hear him.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay, it's a dog whistle. It was a dog whistle then. I knew exactly what they were pointing to, and they did too. So anyway, and it basically that was the
It
main.
worked though.
It was the main focus of the campaign all the way up until election day. So the dog whistle actually worked. It was almost like a Willie Horton ad.
That's what I called it. I
Yeah.
actually put that out because I posted a review of it. But I've been preaching. I posted it on my community tab, and that's what I said.
Yeah.
Actually, believe it or not, I don't think that's accurate. I think it was a Willie Horton ad on steroids because it spread like wildfire.
It did spread like wildfire, but I knew it would. And so as soon as I heard her say it, like 2 days before, I said, oh shit, I know what they're getting ready to do. So, so what happens when you do this shit for a long time? It's like shit's obvious. But go ahead.
Leftist
Continue.
policies have never been popular though.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have.
When have left? I'm talking about far left. This transing
Security?
stuff and abortion. That's not popular. It never has been.
If it wasn't popular, it would have never got passed.
In other words, basically, you had a whole host of, like abortion, right? You had a whole host of abortion bills that passed just this cycle. Why is it popular?
That doesn't mean it's popular. That means Congress approved of it.
No.
right?
We talk no.
State. He's talking
By
about the
state by state. It had to be
by
voted
state.
in.
Okay.
Congress is not going to do shit that's not popular. Trust and believe. That's like we still have Obamacare.
I don't think it's half the country though. I think it's
most
closer
of the
to
country.
1% of the
No,
country
no,
believes
it's
in
most
these
of
leftists.
no. Okay. Clue. Okay, we'll do this for just for a few minutes. Okay, what's leftist policy to you? I mean, left. What do you think left is?
The left, DEI, transing, all these new women's rights.
Okay,
I think that's
left.
leftist.
Left is also public education, 8-hour work week, overtime, all that,
Yeah.
Medicare, all that stuff is left.
Social
Those are
security,
left.
all of that.
All that's left is politics. Okay.
No, what's
I
going
knew you
on
was gonna
in
say
the
the culture
public
war
school?
stuff.
That's
What's going
that's
on in the public schools left?
no. Public schools is a leftist idea. Okay, it's been that way for 200 years. It's a left idea.
Okay.
With the so-called private schools, okay, that's been a rightist idea for a very long time, okay, that's right, and the quasi right is what they call them, what are the schools,
Charter schools.
Charter schools are like what we call purple, right? That's left and right, okay. You still have, it's still publicly controlled in a sense, but the thing is, it gives you a private option, okay.
So
You
would
don't
that
really
make Montessori schools red?
Montessori schools are because my daughter went to a Montessori school. Yeah, the Montessori schools are considered red, or
Okay.
considered.
Is that like a
we-
magnet school?
No, it's a private school. Montessori schools are what would be called, has been around for like 3,000 years, where you pay to send your kid to school. Okay.
So let me put it this way: if it was, and we're talking about like Nick Fuentes level conservative.
Yeah.
If we're talking about Nick Fuentes level of conservative, it's all privatized, down to your police force. By the way, police and firefighters, if you really want to go into it, you would be paying for your own firefighters in your neighborhood to fight the fires.
I like that idea.
If you really want to go to,
I like that idea, though.
Believe it or not, Russia and China are not left people. Okay, they're authoritarian right. Okay.
Yeah. So Clue, that sounds nice. That sounds nice for the people that got it.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay
Well, you
with
might.
that.
Well, you might be. You're not. But it's
Earners should get something better than non-earners. I believe in that.
You're right, like an arrow to the heart. You're right.
In other words, if you want an authoritarian country, an ordered society, which I know you don't, okay.
BGS, to me, you being way too nice. Look, Clue, all of that stuff sound nice. I don't know why y'all think losers can't murk y'all. I don't know why brothers like you always talk like y'all do.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
That's what called.
What did you say, and how did I
earners to
respond?
get more than non-earners? That offends you?
That sound nice.
Okay. How do you?
What's wrong with it?
How do you define an earner?
Someone who earns the money. Someone who earns. You know what an earner is.
The most people earn. Okay, the vast majority of people earn.
Well, the more you earn, the more you get.
I knew he was
meritocracy all the way through.
I knew he was going there.
The more you earn, the more you get.
Somehow that's the problem.
No, in America, that's been that way for a very long time. It's called capitalism.
No, it hasn't been late. It hasn't been lately.
It
has not been lately.
Okay. Basically, okay. Say the earners that you talk about are 1%, right?
Just earners, and not a percentage.
No. Well, Clue, stay with me for a second, all right? Okay. You say you haven't drunk today, right? Okay. That's what you say, right? You sober, right?
Yeah, I said yeah. This is the real me. Yeah.
Okay. The more you earn, the more you get. Okay. Who are the earners that you're talking about? Okay. Are they the regular working class people?
The people that generate the money.
No. 7 figures. Those are less than 1% of the people.
You earn more. You get more.
Clue. Listen to me and stop talking through me. Okay. Those are less than 1% of the people, right?
It is currently, yes.
I mean, we talking about 0.1%, right? They're wearing 7 figures, right? Okay.
7 is less than 1%. Yeah.
Yeah, once less than 1%. Okay. So basically, that's the tip of the pyramid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the tip of the pyramid floats in the air by itself.
No, I know how capitalism works. I know how.
No. I'm asking you a question.
You do need the lower people in order for the top people.
So how do you keep the lower people in the system working for the system?
Well, there's always going to be lower people.
And that's not the question I asked you, sir.
Give them participation trophies.
How do you keep? In other words, why should the 99%, as Jack Rasmus calls it, work for a system that doesn't work for them?
It is working for them, just not the way.
I didn't ask you.
It
that,
is
sir.
You assume it's not working.
No. Clue. If we're gonna have a discussion, clue.
$70,000 a year does work for people, but not for others.
Clue.
Most people don't make that.
Clue.
Even that.
You're assuming things.
Clue. If we're gonna have a conversation, you're gonna have to listen to me and
We're
interact with me.
talking.
No, we're not, because I'm asking you questions, okay, and you're not answering the question, okay. If you want to say what you're gonna say, go ahead and say what you're gonna say, man. When we go on to the next.
No,
clip,
go ahead.
Okay? No. Say what you're gonna say. No. I'm not gonna talk to you. Go ahead and say what you're gonna say. Go to the next clip. I'm not. Why am I getting it? Because I'm asking you particular questions. You saying what you want to say instead of.
And I answered it.
No, you didn't.
I said they are benefiting. The lower, they are benefiting.
No,
You assume they're not.
No. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you, why should the people at the bottom of the pyramid participate in a system that doesn't work for them?
And I gave you my answer.
And they
are benefiting.
No. In other words, they
are benefiting.
They shouldn't. Okay. In other words, so they have a right to actually deal in whatever politics, whether it's left or right, that they deem fit. Right.
Yes.
So in other words, a lot of these so-called, which country is 50% socialism and 50% capitalism. So 50% of our market, okay, is left, okay, for a reason. It's because that's the bargain that the people at the top have to make with the people at the 99% to actually keep the system going. That's the bargain. It is what it is. So leftist politics, okay, which abortion is not a left idea. It's actually a right idea, okay.
But here's the thing.
It really is about the undesirables not having children.
The system does not prevent those people at the bottom from getting to the job. It doesn't. They think it does, but it doesn't. There's a way for those people on the socialism side. On the socialism side to
you made a comment. I asked you a question.
To the top of the capitalism side.
Let him finish saying what he's going to say, because he's just going to talk to you. So
I said it, yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's go on to the next clip, man, because I don't want to talk about this.
You're getting emotional. I'm telling you the truth.
No. Oh boy.
You're giving me bullshit. Okay.
Let me ask Clue. Wait. Clue. Let me ask you this. So this is what it's based off of, at least in my estimation. A bunch of folks, I would throw you in there, who don't even earn seven figures, I really doubt you do, are
no, I don't.
espousing very oligarchic ideas, and it sounds nice, and you say you believe in meritocracy. Funny enough, there's more and more data coming out, even it sounds nice, more and more data coming out about the actual stagnation and upward mobility in America, and how the elites are locking the door behind them. So this talk of meritocracy, yeah, exactly. This talk of meritocracy sounds really nice. And I'm bringing that up to say that's not the world you live in. So you're advocating for a system and espousing the ideas of a system that doesn't even currently operate in the U.S.
So I have to earn seven figures to know that there's a benefit in being a seven figure.
That's not what he said.
That's not what I said. And quite frankly,
that is
that's
what
not
you
what
said.
you said. No. You said.
That's exactly what you
said. All right. Okay.
I got this. No. What did you say about who should have the say? What did you say? Not what Mr. Z
What did
said.
I say?
What did you say? What did you say earlier?
I said the earners should get the most. The earners.
Yes.
You earn more, you get more. That's what I said.
Get more what? Get more what?
You get more benefits from the system if you earn more. What's wrong with that? Meritocracy.
Okay.
That's all I said.
So the people that earn less and get less benefits from the system, what should they do?
They're just getting less. They live.
They're getting
less. That's not the question.
They shouldn't get what the earners get.
Don't say nothing else.
Otherwise, there's no point in being an earner.
Wait.
If you cannot
That's
earn
not
the same
the question.
benefits
You
as
don't
the
get to do.
earners,
Wait.
why be an earner?
Okay.
You do not get to do that. No, that's not the question.
You have to do what?
The questions. Stop being dumb. The question
Why is everybody
is
so emotional? I'm calm.
Wait, BJS. I got this.
Everybody's in their feelings
I got this
today.
Bro, I want you to appreciate this about I want you to appreciate about Z. BJS, I got this.
I can't hear what he's saying.
BJS, I got this.
Okay. Are you mad?
No. What I'm saying, I'm getting ready to bring out the evil twin. I don't care whether you drop or not.
Here's the thing, Clue. You have to appreciate this about Z. those little petty insults, the emotional, why are you being so emotional? It doesn't work on Z. I'm just gonna keep on talking. I just want you to appreciate that.
I
That's
wasn't
sticking
trying
it
to.
at the
I
manhood,
wasn't
or
trying to weaponize it. I was just
stop,
saying you were being
stop being
emotional.
obtuse, bro.
Stop stop being a woman, man, for a
Wait, wait,
second.
wait.
Why you keep jumping in?
No.
Control yourself, brother.
Clue. It's distance and irritation,
Dumb
BGS. It's not gonna
broad.
work on me. It's not gonna work on me. Right?
That's
It's
what you
distance and
are, a dumb
irritation.
I was gonna
broad.
say that, but
Dumb broad.
Wait. And my apologies, by the way, Toya. I'm not trying to take this too far off the rails. Clue. There was a very specific question that you didn't answer.
I answered every question. Which one did I not answer?
You did not answer. Why would the people on the bottom invest in the system?
I gave you the answer. You want me to give it to you again?
Answer the question.
It's because they are benefiting from the system.
That's not.
Yes,
that's
they are.
That's not an answer to the question. You're answering a different question.
I just answered
The
the question.
question is.
He doesn't
Maybe you
understand.
know what?
He doesn't
Then let me-
understand.
No.
He doesn't
Then I'll
understand.
reframe
The question
He
they
doesn't
are
understand.
benefiting
Wait.
from the system.
Then let me
All right.
reframe it for you.
Let me mute up. I walk off. Go ahead and get in.
I'm sorry, Toya. Let me reframe it then. If the people on the bottom feel, I said feel because they don't even got to be think. If they feel like they're not benefiting from the system, why should they invest in it?
Good question. They should do better.
That's
I know I
not.
sound
You're
like
not answering the
Obama,
question.
Michelle Obama, but yeah, they should
No,
do
you're
better.
not. You're not answering the question.
If they feel they are not benefiting from the system, they need to find a way to get higher into the system at another.
What if
What
the
about if?
capacity that they are within the
What
system
about
is?
if?
Let me say this. What if they are
Go
a
to.
fuel? What
If they're fuel, is that
if
what
they're
you
not
said?
just any fellow objective social class? What? Let me land. You've been talking, nigga. What if they are a fuel? What if the capacity that they serve to the system is more as a fuel, and they wish not to serve that capacity?
Then they can stop. You're
There
always
you
free
go.
to stop. There's no law that says you have to work. You can stop at any time. It's going to be tough, but you can stop. You don't have to contribute to the system. You can go off the grid. You can do all these things. None of those
You
things are
mean
illegal.
how the young people are doing it now?
Exactly.
You can do that. It's not recommended, but they can do that.
Wait. You mean how they're doing it now to answer what people like you were saying?
That's
You
what I
know how
said, they
y'all
can
say
do that.
you wait. You said do better, and the young people say yeah about that. How about I do the minimum, the bare minimum, so you could take the bare taxes and screw your system? You mean what the young people are doing now?
Yeah, they can do that. They can get their
That's their
gig
response
economy,
to
and they can do
yeah.
their DoorDash and all that, and they can get a job, a tip job, and all. They can do all those things.
Yeah,
They're
you
free
see
to
how
do
your
those
tone
things.
changed? You see how your
My
tone changed?
tone has been consistent
No,
throughout
you
the
see how your
entire
tone
time I've been
changed?
up here,
You
sir.
know why your tone changed? Because I just showed you what the response to what you were saying is.
Is that what you did? Okay.
Yes, and you know it. Stop pretending. Stop being obtuse. Thank you.
Can
Continue,
I be cute? What about? Can I be a right angle?
Meaningful wage growth.
No,
more
you're
people
not
Be
coverage,
an
gonna try.
isosceles
but
triangle.
people are mad because they're having more difficulty affording the things they used to be able to afford. They're running up the credit cards. They're behind on their car loans. The housing is too expensive. It's a mixed bag. It's mixed data. And as my actual economist friend says, mixed data is bad data. Mixed data is scary data.
You don't know what you're talking about, girl.
Keep going, Toya. BGS was just saying. Go ahead.
I also believe that for the first time in a long time, union membership expanded during the Biden administration. I'm not saying that the Biden administration got it right on everything. I'm not. I'm saying it's mixed. It's a mixed outlook. And if you are doing well, and if you're doing okay, you shouldn't.
Why you?
Is this the Obsidian Slayer, Kimberly? That's the Obsidian
That's her.
Slayer.
That's not what we call her, but
Yeah, we call her something else. We call her by her given name, Bowser.
Obsidian slays himself, but
that's true too.
The thing is, why does union membership go up? Okay, is because the workers are dissatisfied. That's why union membership goes up.
Diglett.
Shout out to Better You.
Jesus Christ.
So this was a pre-recorded response, you guys. That's why you see me. Just want to make sure everybody knows that. Some points I'm going to be talking, but it's not me live talking. It's the pre-record.
Yeah, my favorite skirt. Yes.
Hey.
When you said A, I saw you like snap your fingers and point like Quagmire or something. That's what I saw in my head.
She's old enough to remember.
Yeah. Just skipping ahead in the video.
Okay.
Be right back with you in a moment. Oh, let me just do that then.
Grievances believed that Hillary leaned into division, and because they think identity politics directed towards women and people of color is division.
Ruh-roh.
We've seen Harris over the last couple of months make sure to avoid the identity politics landmines. We're not throwing a parade that has first multiracial woman president on the banner. We don't have that. We have her saying, I'm going to be a president for all people, when Donald Trump has attempted to bait her into stepping on the identity politics landmine. She's mostly been able to avoid it. Barack Obama did not help. Barack Obama didn't help. Which is funny, right? It's funny because Obama ran such a post-racial campaign under the direction of David Axelrod, whom I love, by the way. I'm a big David Axelrod fan. I just like an old grumpy white man. That's my upbringing.
Just any white man will do. Anyway.
I guess that's just my upbringing.
Did you talk about the character in the show Billions, Axelrod?
She just loves
no.
grumpy
She's
white
talking
man.
about the real Axelrod.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Obama's former campaign manager.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can see how you thought that, though.
Chubby-ish white dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Toya.
Here, there's so much. Like, the fact that she's from Oklahoma, the fact that she lives in Dallas, Texas now. She'll talk a little bit later about how where she lives impacts her outlook. But she's called herself a goofball. She says she loves old grumpy white men. So what is she talking about here? Like, what is she really saying? This is what happens when you go get yourself a whole bunch of education, but you don't even really know what you're up against, where you're living. America is the country of snatchies, no takebacks. Hence, both Kimberly and my existence. Okay? If you get it, you get it.
I didn't know she was from Oklahoma. That's why she has that
How did you pronounce?
that fake bubbliness. Like in Oklahoma, that's what they do. They try to talk like like real. Oh, that's gross. She's one of those.
Is it like a disarming tactic, Rogish?
Is what it is you got two types of Oklahomians there: those who rock with them and those who don't. And those who do is like her, like they overdo it in Oklahoma.
Oh no, they're fake Valley Girl stuff. The fake.
But let's not forget, she got that honed at Harvard.
Oh well, okay.
That adds another layer to it.
That's why she's so cringe. Oh,
I agree with Toya.
So
Yep.
Gross.
Bishop Sheard and Karen Clark Sheard's name wrong, baby. We needed a little bit of a pronunciation guide for Kamala. You know, Kamala ain't listening to no Clark sisters. Kamala is not listening to no Karen Clark Sheard, but that's fine. We can set that aside. The rest of it was good. She got up in front of those church-going Kojic black people. Good. Conviction. Convincing. Went up a little bit. I said, oh my, okay. I need Kamala to tell me what her favorite Clark Sister song is, real quick. Quick. But that's neither here nor there. There's nothing is wrong with pandering. Do not let these anti-black misogynistic fools tell you that political pandering is suddenly taboo or wrong or horrible. Politics is built off of pandering. People want to be seen and recognized for the people who are trying to get their votes. What?
But let me get this straight. So when Trump does it, he's a cretin. Yeah. He's horrible.
Yep.
And the women who support him are miscreants, right? But pandering is okay.
I think the other Toya is speaking.
Yeah, but I agree with Toya and with Kim Foster. I agree with both of them. I don't actually see anything necessarily wrong with political pandering. But I agree with Toya where it's like, well, if you appreciate that on the left, then why is the right so toxic?
Where does the moral accountability come in for
Oh,
any to
you
call any of them into it? Like
roguish. You
I just
said
want.
moral.
No. It seems like people think the game is clean, and it's like, all right, then just acknowledge it's a dirty game, and you play how you play. But they play it. They interact as if the game is actually clean,
Double
and it's
standards.
insulting.
But Michelle said, "You go low, we go high." Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
But you're willing to go behind your husband's back and start a whole different
Wives of the
segment,
Group. Yeah, right.
but
Exactly.
that's clean. Okay, that's above board and that's clean.
Low key insulting your husband. Not even low key. High key insulting all of y'all husbands at the same time. By the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Nothing's
when you
wrong
think you're
with
on the right
pander.
side of history and go into what the word roguish use moral, when you think you're on the right side of history and you're on the moral side, then your double standard is understandable. His double standard is coming from a place of want to oppress and want to exert power, while your double standard is coming from a place of having a husband that's not understanding, that might be a bit misogynistic and sexist, and so it's
That's the
okay when
utmost.
you do it.
And
You know.
you want to exert power over him.
Yeah, but it's not really that. It's a bit of influence to nudge him in the correct direction, BGS. See?
Because the roles have somehow reversed, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah. During when it comes from
I think it's more
Mama.
how you pander. How
Apparently,
you
she should
pander.
be really proud of herself and the growth that she's had over the past 3 months leading up to this point. But I don't agree with that sentiment. I think that the writing was on the wall from the moment we knew that she was running. If anything, the Democratic faction should be pissed that their voices were rushed and shoved into this candidate that it seems no one really got behind in the first place. You can't even pander to your own partisanship correctly. So you're mad when Trump's able to do it quite easily because
And
anybody
more
with
effectively.
eyes would rather go with someone who's already done the job than somebody who hasn't and was reporting to someone who, for all intents and purposes, could have filmed the next iteration of Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah.
It is the pandering conversation that has taken place over the last 4 months is the most overtly sexist, misogynistic, anti-Black stuff that we've seen. Because it's really about who deserves to be recognized, whose presence, whose culture deserves to be seen and validated. And y'all are saying it's not Black women, it's not Black people, it's not the most reliable Democratic Party voters. Meanwhile, Kamala can stump all across the swing states with Liz Cheney and the Republicans and talk about how moderate she is and American values and fighting for democracy and how she's just like them.
Look,
Donald Trump
Toy, do you
can
mind pausing right here?
make trans.
First, I want to pass it to Better You because I think he was trying to say something, and I want to actually say something to what Kim Foster literally just said. But go ahead, Better.
Liz Cheney.
No, not about that. Not about that part about who should be recognized. But yeah, go ahead.
So one thing that I actually came across yesterday, there was an article that cited the internal polling from when Biden dropped out. I don't think we kind of knew how big of a hole they were in, and at least according to his internal polling, Trump was projected to get over 400 electoral votes. So I do think she was put there, basically clipped to lose, but basically she was put there to try to stop the bleeding. Because if that was even halfway accurate, and Trump was getting in that vicinity, you're talking about basically a supermajority in the Senate. House is going to be like blood red. Motherfuckers probably could change the Constitution just with their pure numbers alone, with that type of performance.
Not the Constitution. That's a whole different story.
Yeah, but I get where better you was going. Sometimes you gotta be, you gotta exaggerate to put the point.
I know what the internal
Yeah.
polls said, but the thing is that she was not put out there to lose, and in fact, that's what AOC says. That's when they put so much money behind her. Okay, they legitimately thought they could actually run her to win. Okay, they really did. Because
Let
it
me
wasn't. Go ahead.
no finish up BJ because I'm about to take it in a different direction.
Yeah, because we get the thing is that's like Liz Cheney and all these other people got behind it because it's about an agenda that's in the White House. It's not even about party.
Continuity of government type of joint.
Yeah.
The policies, the ideas.
That could have been a thing if they had started sooner. I mean,
that's the
the
same
lead
thing.
time.
Biden did not trust his VP to actually carry us through his agenda. That's the problem. She was the wrong person actually. In fact, they said that. In fact, this chick said that was in the Clinton White House. The same thing. She said they didn't believe that she should have been there in that spot because she wasn't capable of carrying through the agendas that they wanted.
Let me.
But they were stuck with her.
So this is the direction I want to go in about what she was saying about who should be recognized. And so her framing is leftist. This is how we frame the thing, but it speaks to something that Black Roo has said a few times, which is what his choice was and why he chose what he chose, which is the tyranny of white men or the tyranny of everyone but Black men. And when Black Roo speaks about that, that's essentially what Kim Foster said in a different type of way. Who should be recognized? Who should be up next, essentially? And so all of these other marginalized groups, it's not just about them being recognized, it's about them exerting power. And you know who's not going to be part of that? Pretty much heterosexual Black men and whoever walk in the door with us. That's what she said in a weird way without saying it. Listen close enough. Anyway, I'll pause right there.
I got a wilder theory. Trump is pro-Israel. Do you really think they were going to cheat again? Now, you could say that he was pro-Israel in 2020, but Israel was not at war.
Okay.
Trump is pro-Israel. She's not.
Yeah, she is pro-Israel.
Yeah, she is. Do you know who her husband is?
Trump is. Thank you.
Sir.
She's more. Who says she's more than Trump is?
She's sleeping with him.
Yeah, she is sleeping.
She's sleeping with one man. I'm talking about politically.
Okay, all right, man. Okay, Clue. Go ahead. All right, fine.
Clue. Let me just state the obvious.
Hey, don't do
Why
that.
you got to make a spectacle of everything I say, BG?
Because you up here
everything you say is a spectacle.
Yeah, we trying to
talk to me, bro.
No, we're trying to hold this down because it's going to go to and do a whole big thing, right? She is pro-Israel, okay? She said that. She actually met with Netanyahu and actually gave him permission to actually do what he did right after she met with him, okay? Which is go into Lebanon, okay? She did. She is pro-Israel.
And we still have an hour of this to go through. So,
go ahead.
Leon says, "Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies."
Oh, don't get me started.
And the new abortion, pandering to the evangelicals, pandering to the non-college white women, go on all of these shitty misogynistic podcasts, pandering to the bros.
Little
But
jab
Kamala
right there.
goes to a Black church where the most reliable Democratic voting bloc is, and we're supposed to feel some type of way about that? No, you're fucking anti-Black.
What? Continue. Go ahead. Continue.
Keep playing to it.
Well, they call me anti-Black then, because if this is the kind of Black that I'm supposed to be a part of, here's my card, y'all. I give up. Because I'm not going to church to learn who I'm supposed to vote for. I mean, I'm not going to church anyway, but that's neither here nor there. This is the problem. Why are we searching for answers in places that a lot of us don't even go to regularly or religiously? Pardon the pun. But again, it was this last ditch effort to appeal to a group who likely doesn't change its stripes I think this election, if none of the others before it, this election highlights just how much of a mess bipartisanship is. Because I don't think that the Republicans have it all the way together either. But what they do have on their side is, or what they did have on their side, especially with this election, is that you had a guy who already did the job. How many people do you know would rather take a chance on somebody new that frankly did not outline a plan that most Americans felt confident in, wasn't sure of her ethnicity, upbringing, and place in society, had a large faction of black women catering to her flimsy talking points and pointing a finger admonishing the men of said same community. Who would want to get behind that? If we can't even agree on what is best for us, how are we going to expect the country at large, who isn't us, to get on board?
Toya, could you pause right there?
At least patriarch.
So exactly, Toya, exactly what you just said. So it's structured and formula on the conservative side, and sorry for my background, and the other side just seems chaotic. The left the left just seems chaotic, and that's something as a leftist we got to work on. We just look like we're all over the place, and people will sign up for the more structured. It can be, let's say it is straight neo-Nazis on that side, but it looks structured and it looked like you might, just going to what Clue said, you might be able to practice some meritocracy in there. Even is it true? No, but beside the point, right? But if it looks structured, then people will sign up for that. They'll sign up for that.
The left is so splintered, it's ridiculous, and that's the
Thank
problem.
you. That's my point. Exactly.
And the thing is it's so splintered that they don't even recognize that the administration that you have in there is not left.
As a I'm speaking to you as a lefty. At this point, and I'm being straight up, you guys have a better chance of taking over the Republican Party.
Probably so. At this point,
I know it sounds crazy, but
populist, yeah. Because most of your Bernie bros that are straight up socialists went to the
Republicans, yeah.
With the Republicans, yep.
And they've been there since 2016.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, you have a lot of socialists on the Republican side now.
I just want to highlight.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to highlight this comment that Gregory Scotland made on Roger's channel the other day. He says, "Salute, Roger. Kamala ran a very poor campaign. Failure to answer questions, focused too much on the female issues, didn't properly address the illegal immigration factor, international affairs, and the economy."
Nope, she did not. She couldn't.
That's true.
She couldn't. Because every time she tried, they said, "Okay, how come you and Biden haven't implemented your solutions already? Because you're in office right now. How come you don't do it now?" So
see what happened was Republicans. You had the House and the Senate the first 2 years of his presidency. So,
but Trump said,
pretty much.
You're blaming on Jermaine.
The thing
I mean,
really
there was only a handful of people that were allowed to ask her those questions. Just start with that.
Yeah, because she couldn't answer them. That's the whole thing. That's the biggest complaint. She didn't really do an interview for the first 40 days, and everybody told her that was a mistake in this compressed amount of time. The thing is, the reason that she didn't is because she couldn't.
That was a mistake because she then became tone deaf. So you followed up silence with being tone deaf.
She had to be tone deaf. She had to pretend to be tone deaf because she couldn't answer the question. So in other words, when all else fails, you pretend like you don't really hear the question.
The thing that I felt really sunk her, it was during one of the it was those set up town halls, but one of the, I want to say it was the one where they brought in all the Latinos. The guy basically asked her a question about what she was going to do to help men be more economically viable, and her answer was basically like, "Yeah, that would be nice." And I felt like that was one where That's what it amounted to. She gave a word salad answer, but it amounted to like, yeah, that would be nice. And I feel like a lot of people heard that consumed it and were like, oh, you really don't give a fuck about anything but.
I thought it was the Fox News interview that torpedoed her.
Nah.
I thought that
No,
was
it was
it.
before that, way before that.
What really torpedoed her really is they kept acting because she's considered to be the border czar, and their biggest fight was immigration, right? Because of the dog whistle, right? Okay, and what torpedoed her was the 2 hurricanes, because all of a sudden it revealed where all the female money was actually going.
Yeah, we just revealed.
that makes
story.
sense.
That was
That
it.
makes sense.
That was the nail in the
revealed,
coffin.
and we revealed a story yesterday that some not all of FEMA, but some of the supervisors and females were discriminating against Trump supporters. So that didn't help.
That was a nail in the coffin for her, because once all that stuff got revealed and how much money was going to immigrants and the secret plan to actually make them work, all that kind of crap, it was over. I said because even my mother put her head down. She said they're lying about all the money that they gave the immigrants. And I pulled up the article. I pulled up the paperwork. I said, see that?
I was like, oh, you just now figured this out? Okay.
Just in 2024, they gave them $650 billion. Okay, guess what they gave them in 2023? Yeah, 650 million. Yep. Guess what they gave them before? Okay,
about billion
1.2 billion in 2023. So, in fact, it
Not
took.
only-
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say not only that, but I got hit with Hurricane Helen.
Yeah.
It took over a month. I just got that FEMA check like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It was like right the week before the election.
Yep. Oh yeah. A week before the election. What the timing is impeccable, is it not?
They're not even being low now. Like it's blatant.
It's blatant.
All right, I skipped ahead a little bit, so pardon me.
So what I say about that professional managerial class, I'm telling you, out of touch like a mug.
Right.
Technocrats out of touch.
We're out of touch. Isn't that a song?
Because you believe this.
Yeah, Hall and Oates have an out of touch song.
There you go.
Out of touch, out of time. Yeah, and both.
Ow. Sexual identity slurs. What's wrong with y'all? That's weird to me.
Oh, okay, that was the end of it. So we're gonna go to the next video now.
Sexual identity.
Oh Lord.
Yeah,
She was saying
towards
that
the end, she go ahead.
No, go ahead, Toya. I'll go after. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say towards the end, she started talking about sexual identity and the whole trans is the new abortion thing, and how she didn't want to mention the Black manosphere, but that's who she was talking about with reference to being worried about what that conversation is, and how that affects their marriages versus who to vote for.
How many trans people are married?
Listen,
You'd be shocked.
It's not about what it is, it's about what it symbolizes. For them, this y'all keep on hearing me say negative liberty. I know it's annoying. I know it is. But this is what it's about. It's about what I can do, not what I will do, what I can do. What would the laws allow me to do if I wanted to do it? Right? And that lets me gauge my quote unquote freedom, really negative liberty. And so it's not about how many TRANS folks are actually married. It's about whether they can get married or not, whether they can practice their sexuality openly or not, right? Because that symbolizes how free I am, right? And how much of my crap you'll take and fund it. Thank you, taxpayers.
And if I can shave my head and wear a blue bracelet, like this is where we are.
With TikTok, with Instagram, with Facebook, lots of evidence, lots of documentation, numerous lawsuits that expose that these platforms understand that they are radicalizing children, hurting children, driving them towards suicide ideation, driving the girls towards cutting. If I had a child, no phones, no screens. I mean, that's just it. And I think it's really sad that we have a generation of guinea pigs These 18-year-olds and 20-year-olds and 22-year-olds, they were the guinea pigs. We did not know how badly algorithms were going to distort their brains, literally changing the structure of their brains, altering the way that the brains function. We didn't know. Couldn't have known.
You did know.
But now we know, and there's no turning
I
back.
actually agree with BGS. You did know.
They did know.
You knew about television. Television warned you of it.
Yeah. And
plus, these phones are just a small version of television.
No, it's a way worse version.
It's a worse version. It's just a small version of it.
I see what you're saying.
It's a bigger version, yeah.
The TV is just the appetizer. The main course is the phones.
They saw this effect back in the late '90s in Japan, so they did know. That's why they
BGS. You knew. I don't know. I don't know.
No, that's why. Why did Steve Jobs design a phone that a 2-year-old could use?
Oh yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Easy.
We saw that with the influence of video games in the '90s. They did know.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm. They were tripping about Nintendo and Sega, and then they were tripping about VCRs.
Yeah.
Now you got psycho crack going straight to your kids' brains.
Mm-hmm.
Galaxy gas, anybody?
You have an MK Ultra machine in your hand and in your pocket at all times. What do you think was going to happen?
I'm saying.
But the thing is, it's capitalism because it makes what? Money.
Yeah. Literally.
Mm-hmm.
But not to mention what it does to absolve parents from parenting.
Yes.
That's the
there
big
you go.
part of it.
Good one.
Right? And I ain't nobody's parent, but I'm just saying.
Yeah,
well, you leave your kid out there for the market, and the algorithm will feed your child the most algorithmically perfect equation to get them to be the hyper consumer that the market needs them to be. Yeah, and I'm not just talking about products, right? Go ahead.
I don't know. Do you remember in the '80s and early '90s called the nag factor?
No, what's that?
No. In other words, that's the reason they changed the messaging on kids' cartoons, right? Because that's what He-Man and all these other things.
Oh, okay.
You put the kid in front of the TV, okay, to watch cartoons.
And then the commercial is the toy.
The commercial is the messaging, right? So the toy comes up and the cartoon comes up and the kid nags their parents to get this toy. Okay, it's a nag factor.
Yeah.
Okay.
They knew that in the '80s and '90s.
That's when that Toys R Us book was popular.
Yeah.
Hey,
I used to look forward to that.
Which is why YouTube
the Christmas book, baby.
Which is why YouTube was forced to do what? Change its policy on messaging to kids, right?
Okay.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. If you're a content
Shout
creator,
out to
you see it every time because they ask you, is this content
Is it
made
for kids? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to answer that or your video won't get uploaded.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Or if you lie, you basically what's going to happen is your camera will get short.
Shout out to the young. Well, I guess he's not that young anymore. The young white dude that opened the toy packages, and then your kid over here watching the other kid open it.
He's taking advantage of the nag factor. Yeah.
Oh, he became a millionaire off of that. Just opening toy packages.
Yeah, I remember the kid. Yeah,
you talking about punk ass Ryan?
Yeah, because Ryan's toys. Yeah,
and now better you got to live with his son nagging him about toys.
Yeah. My grandson used to watch Ryan open toys.
You see, BGS got to deal with Grandpa.
The thing is, I knew what it was when they were doing it, but they had been doing it for decades.
Man.
But the thing is, with the phones are so insidious that it actually got worse.
Yes.
I can't lie. It took me by surprise and it had me flabbergasted.
Really?
Well, the fact that the nature of the content, not that content can be so addictive, but watching somebody else play a video game, watching somebody else play with toys and all kinds. To me, I'm like, yo, that is like that's like cruel and unusual punishment to me, but like, all right.
That's weird to me.
Now you guys know why I feel like an alien, because I've known about this for decades. So.
I mean, but is it? Go ahead, Toy.
This is why Rogish be calling us drones.
Yes. Yep. But to what I agree with you better, but this is what I'm saying. We get off on watching other adults have adult fun time, right? So it how far is that from your son watching somebody open a toy package? How
It's the
far is
kid
that from
version
like
of that.
You got to
you see what
remember.
I'm saying?
You got to remember how you were raised, right? Because you
Yeah.
guys were the nag factor kids.
Yeah. Although I couldn't do it, but yeah, you're right. As a
You
generation, yeah.
Yeah. As a so your parents didn't park you in front of the TV to watch cartoons?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not. We
Stop.
watched cartoons, but my mom and my dad were never the get out of my face, go watch something. That wasn't happening.
Okay.
They didn't park us in front of the TV to like escape their parental responsibility. That wasn't happening.
Yeah.
Did they allow us to watch morning cartoons on a Saturday? Yeah. And then chores, and then you get to watch it, and hopefully you finish your chores early enough to get to watch the stuff that you really want to watch. Either or in either direction, but but the like using the TV to kind of like let them skip over parental chore. Yeah, no, that wasn't happening.
I saw a meme last week that said the internet used to scream at us before we could get on it. We should have listened.
Dial up.
Yeah. You got mail.
Yeah.
It's not spam.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's true. I mean, it fixed certain problems, but it definitely came with other problems. And the space age technology, y'all, like, I don't know, our brains are like, wait a minute, I wasn't built for this. You hear me with psycho crack? I was,
here's where the sweet spot was.
Actually, the internet is designed on how your brain works. That's why it works.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Here's what the sweet spot was when like the last flip phone, I think 2008, 2006 to 2008, the last flip phone.
Talking about like the razors and whatnot.
Yeah, internet. You could only get on internet at home, at work, and at Starbucks. That's when it was great. When you had internet in your pocket, that's when society was headed down. But you got people crossing a busy road with the phone in their hand,
looking down in
looking
phone.
at it.
Right.
Clue, it's funny you say that. There was a story, and Toya might remember this, or anybody that from the Northeast. Was it the West Coast or was it in the Northeast? Young white girl looking at her phone and then fell in a manhole.
Yeah.
Right? And it messed up her ribs a little bit. And this happened years and years ago, but yeah. There was a story of
I'm a tech junkie, but I don't ever be looking at my phone like that. I usually wait till I'm sitting down or something before I, do anything. Yeah.
But the thing is, that's one place where I agree with Thomas Sowell, right? There's no solutions, only trade-offs, right? The thing is, it solved a bunch of stuff. The thing is, what were the trade-offs?
Yeah. And going to Tristan Harris, one of the people that's helped to get all of this, how addictive these algorithms and he actually speaks about how even when you press like on Instagram, how the heart lights up. They're studying your brain to do that, and he says, this is what really got me thinking this way. We're creating we have supercomputers pointed at your brain, essentially.
Yep.
Yep.
Right.
And we're constantly feeding the algorithm.
Yeah.
There's a reason.
There's a
reason why.
There's a very good book called Damon. Okay, by Daniel Suarez. Read that. Okay. He talks
Damon
about
as the devil's son. Damon.
Yeah. No. Damon as a demon or Damon is basically an overseer for you or an advocate for you online. So.
Okay.
There's a reason. There's a reason why that everybody's, no matter what social network it is, everybody's notifications are red with a white number. Everybody across the board. There's a reason for that. There's a study.
It hits a point in your brain. Yep.
It's like, well, why can't Instagram be blue? No. Somebody decided red was the color, and everybody's red.
No. Wait. Let me say that different, Clue. We decided that red was the color.
Yeah.
No.
It was somebody. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We decided.
That's biological in nature. Red,
no, that's what I'm saying. No, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Red means stop.
Like we decided
pay attention.
that.
Yep. It means stop. Pay attention.
It means danger in nature.
Danger. Yes. Caution. Yep.
I just want to toot my own horn real quick because
Mm-hmm.
without knowing about the book that BGS just referenced,
Mm-hmm.
something told me it was spelled Daemon. So shout
Yeah.
out to my literacy, you know,
Yeah, well, you're the
levels.
word Nazi, so that
I
so.
really am. I really am. But I knew that that's what it was spelled like. So now I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to have to dig into this. And if anybody else is interested, here is the book, what it looks like, and who it's written by.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good book. Very
The
All
underrated
right.
book.
I would say this too. The internet today feels very different than how it did when we were coming up because
Of
you had
course.
sites like GeoCities and whatnot, and a lot of this was going on back then.
Yeah,
But
I
now
remember that.
it's been perfected. Like there was some sense of community almost back then because GeoCities, like if you were honestly, if you was like the
You had to be a
most
nerd.
niche, there
Yeah,
was something there for you.
you had to.
Yep.
You were
Oh,
a
go ahead.
nerd. You were a nerd. That's what happened.
College club. I was
But
Shout
big on
out to
college
Nerd.
club.
I was
but you
big on College Club too. I was an ambassador. I was a
1998.
campus
yeah,
ambassador for
yeah,
College Club.
but you can't make any money, major money, you know, with nerds. You got to do it to the general public.
Yeah.
That's where their money is.
Yeah,
I-
Facebook figured that out. They say we ain't gonna be just about colleges. We're gonna open this out to everybody.
Yeah, Google figured it out in '98.
Although I would argue that that was what brought Facebook down, honestly, having it open to the masses versus I think it was better when you had to have a college email to get into it. I don't know. They could have made something else in addition to Facebook, but I don't think it should have been mixed in the way it was because you had everybody migrating from MySpace to Facebook and it just
Mm-hmm.
became a mess.
Well, yeah, but
No, what
everything else.
killed Facebook was they deciding that you're not gonna see what all of your friends are saying. They will decide which friends you will
Right.
see. That's what killed Facebook.
Oh yeah,
They got greedy.
No, the government stepped in.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
It wasn't Facebook. It was the government step in. You have to censor it.
Because I was a developer on Facebook, and they announced that we cannot manipulate the news feed anymore in our apps. That it went downhill from that.
And I just think
Because
that
they were planning something.
they could have created a whole nother social media platform to become what Facebook is today and kept Facebook as it was.
Yeah, but where's the money in that, baby?
That's true. You're right, and I
That's a
get it.
lot of
That's
Toya. I can tell you that's a lot of server work.
it is.
With Facebook's numbers. Well, with Facebook's numbers, yeah, that's a lot of server work.
Well, shout out to Tumblr.
How come they just didn't say for $10 for $9.95 a month we'll give you the
Right.
Facebook that existed in 06? They would have got a lot of business that way.
I would have paid for it. I'm not even gonna
I would have
hold
paid
you.
because that's what YouTube is doing. YouTube
Yeah.
Premium is just you get the old stuff, but you got to pay for it.
Yep.
No ads. You know, you get to see what everybody's saying. How come Facebook couldn't do that? $9.95, you get the 06 Facebook. If you don't, you get the new Facebook with all the suggested
And call it
posts
World
and all
Book.
that annoying bullshit.
You know,
I can't even flex. YouTube got me with
So
premium.
go into what Clue is
It gave me
saying.
a free trial. Yeah, they gave me a free trial. I can't go back. Like they got me with the premium.
Without the ads, yeah.
Oh
Somebody
yeah.
got to pay for it.
So
hey,
Somebody got to pay for it. So
Speaking of
I don't
paying
know if
for
you
it, the
guys can hear me. I
BGS
might be in
tax
a
is
dead
in
zone a
full
little bit.
effect.
Oh,
You can hit my Cash App. Thank you
yeah,
so
right.
much.
yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
But I don't know if you guys can hear me, but so I agree with Clue on this. I haven't seen, like earlier, I think I saw a couple of commercials. Toya's like, Toya commercials? Ew. Like I was low key like, it's Toya commercial. But like I haven't seen a commercial on YouTube in at least a good, I don't know, 4 or 5 years last time I watched a goddamn commercial on YouTube. I'll be making fun of my lady about that all the time when we use her YouTube. I'll be like, babe, I actually tell her, babe, I will pay for your YouTube. You got me out here watching commercials on YouTube. What the hell?
Yeah.
I'm dead ass serious. I'll pay that little $20. Like I refuse. But no, I agree
BGS
with Clue
already said
on
I'd be bottom feeding, so
sorry.
I'm just holding true to that.
Like, but it, I'm messing with you, Sawyer. But like,
when you drift over certain places, yeah, you're bottom feeding. Okay.
Yeah, no,
I just like to keep my finger on the pulse, you know.
Yeah, I learned not to.
But, yeah.
Give me some time. I'll learn.
and
Give me some time.
here's the thing. So mixing what AB was saying with what you were saying, Toya, the how would Mark Zuckerberg be potentially sitting on what over $100-some-odd billion if he would have just kept it college, students and a website for college students, a social media site for college students. Not to mention, we rarely speak about the fact that we have a super antisocial dude running a social media website. Actually, we have more than one antisocial dude running a social media website. Shout out to Mark Zuckerberg. Anyway, weirdo. Anyway.
You saw the movie. You must have saw the movie.
You Negro, you are not Iron Man. Stop it.
You think Bill Gates is a social person, really?
No, he's not. No, not even close. Stop it. I've seen his the younger interviews, and I've seen Elon before the hair surgery. Look like a goddamn naked mole rod. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Yeah, and he's more social than most of them. Okay,
true.
Scoop of culture warfare. Those two things have been inextricably linked, and we will see that borne out in the exit poll data that we review shortly. I, despite my many reservations about Harris, have done my best to stay on code, as it were. But I will be offering recriminations, maybe later today, maybe tomorrow, where I will run through all of my feelings about this election that I have been keeping in order to stay, quote, on code. One thing that I've kept in is a video I had planned called Trump Can't Beat Harris, but the Economy Might. Made a whole thumbnail for it and everything. And that's because I understand that the way that the majority of Americans feel about the current economy do not lend themselves to a successful campaign from an incumbent administration. If you are keeping up with any of the consumer survey data from either the University of Michigan or the Conference Board, if you keep up with the polling data, the survey data around the number of Americans who feel like the country is on the wrong track, today's result should not come as any surprise. A couple of weeks ago, I heard political journalist Ron Brownstein, he's the man who came up with the phrase, the blue wall, that cluster of states that used to always move together electorally. And he has great encyclopedic knowledge of electoral outcomes. And he said, an incumbent administration has never won. An incumbent party has never won when this number of Americans say the country is heading in the wrong direction. And when I heard him say that, because I trust his expertise, and paired that with all of the reading that I've done around the connection between economic sentiment and electoral outcomes, I internally prepared myself. I said, buckle up. And that's why in my last stream, I started by saying, if I were really honest with y'all about where I think this election was going, we would be having a different kind of conversation. But I'm trying to stay on code. I don't want to bum y'all out. But there's been mountains and mountains of data
so you were
that point us here. And I have been dismayed by the times that I have tried to have these conversations, just like light conversations about my concerns about where Harris was going, and the Democratic hyperpartisans, many of whom I love. There's the other reason why I've tried to stay relatively on code for the last couple of months is because I am 1 degree of separation or less from a lot of those people. I think
so. Pause right here.
She's lying. She was lying. She admits she's
lying. So Toya, what did I say about class enemy? What did I say about women? Like I said this, a couple of years ago at this point? Shout out to Compassionate. These women are your class enemy. Go into what BGS just said. She knew better. And because she's 1 degree of separation from the Harris folks, she purposely withheld her criticism. And I'm not gonna lie, I will give her this, to be honest. I was telling BGS this on a previous stream. They did kind of dogpile her a little bit online to get back in line. So I gotta be honest about that. But she knew better, and she withheld her criticism to fit in a particular class with a certain type of white women and black women. I'll pause
she
right
had to
there.
stay on code, sir. She had to stay on code.
She did. She lied.
I'm saying.
But she likes her perch. That's the overarching theme here. She likes where she's seated. She doesn't want to lose that.
Is she pretending
so you
to
claim
be
you're for women,
wealthier
black
than
women?
she really is?
No,
she one of these pretenders?
she grew up. No. She grew up kind of solidly upper middle class, trending to. My apologies. Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry.
Because her mother's an engineer, so she's upper middle
and her dad her dad did well also. And last time I checked, they were still married. So she grew up second of 2 daughters. trending towards upper middle class. So like upper middle class at the very bottom, or like that maybe the highest of solidly middle class. And so she grew up with two professional parents and did pretty well, went to Harvard and is doing pretty well financially herself. So she didn't grow up necessarily rich, but you know, nice enough.
By
And
Oklahoman standards,
Huxtable.
yes.
Huxtable like stuff.
She's like Kamala Harris, okay?
Yes,
Professional
yes,
class
yes,
parents,
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes, yes.
But not rich.
Yeah. 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 So
Social media has broken the brain of the hyperpartisans. I think that only consuming data, information, analysis
I agree
from
with her on this.
people who are oriented in the same political direction that you are makes you become unmoored from the realities of the situation. And the Republican side could take that, but the Democratic side did not. We just didn't have that luxury. And I hope that one of the things that my Democratic friends, my progressive friends will take from this is it's really important to diversify your media and analysis diet.
Agree with her on this.
Because this didn't have to end this way, but also the shock, and I empathize with the shock. I empathize with the outrage. I empathize with the sadness. I think those of us who are on the more progressive side, we gotta be a little bit more connected to things that might tell us that we're moving the wrong way, or at least things that tell us we're moving the wrong way if we want to win elections. Because Democratic policies are very popular. Oh, maybe it is recrimination time. Democratic.
I heard that. Who was sighing?
Oh, that was me.
Oh, okay.
Policies are very popular. They are. That's why when Trump and Vance are running, they gesture toward policy that has historically been Democratic. The anti-labor, anti-union party will take on the posture of being pro-labor and pro-union because they know that that's popular. But Democrats are losing elections. I went to bed last night thinking Tammy Baldwin was going to lose in Wisconsin. I'm glad that she's not, unless something has changed. Has something changed? I was so sad yesterday that Sherrod Brown, an actually pro-labor Democrat, a Democrat who has consistently pushed back within the party against the super pro-free trade, free market economics people, who's really tried to protect workers. In my last stream, when I talked about women, I mentioned the intra-party fight that Elizabeth Warren got in with the Obama administration around the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP. Either she or Brown called it NAFTA Light or NAFTA Part 2. Brown was in that fight with Warren, and he lost. That makes me really
If you don't
sad.
mind pausing, Toya, for me, please. So I agree with her. Your problem is the culture war stuff I'm trying to tell y'all to stay the hell away from. The culture war stuff is crushing y'all. That's the issue. You said the culture war stuff earlier, or was it the previous field piece that Toya was reviewing? It's the culture war stuff. The second y'all go into the culture war stuff, the Republicans eat y'all lunch. So eat the loss. It's that simple. If we know that when you poll and you don't put R or D for a particular policy or idea or concept, either coming from the Democrats or Republicans, and people tend to vote for the social programs that traditionally the Democrats uphold. Okay, then. But once you start getting into the culture war stuff, you're gonna lose every time. If that's it, and then you're really trying to beat people upside the head with urinals in women's restrooms type joint. That's not all right. You talking about winning strategies? All right, don't sound like a winning strategy to me. I'll pause right there.
I 100% agree with you. See, some of the ladies that I spoke with, it was about 5 or 6 of them. They told me they had not voted in like the last 3 or 4 elections. And they told me they were coming out to vote specifically because of those things. So they were already more conservative leaning, but that kind of combined with the abortion issue, it animated them to come out against them. So it's not a winning strategy. catering to the 1% is not a winning strategy in that regard.
I don't think the Kim Foster types really appreciate how much your average biological woman, Ole has spoken to this before, how much your average biological woman resents the TRANS conversation. They resent that because they were okay when y'all were pushing up against the men, the heterosexual men, and all that other stuff. But now you coming for them and their concepts of femininity and their concepts of womanhood and saying, oh, by the way, we can expand this, and there's the femmes, and there's the dudes that wear dresses and that have balls, and they want to sit next to you in the stall using the restroom, and they're like, absolutely not. Y'all have no idea how much your average biological, because they don't say it, your average biological woman is quiet about it. White women, black women, especially white women, they resent y'all for telling them that them and some 6 foot tall dude are the same because he said he's a woman.
Well,
Whether I believe these people should exist, real quick, I'm gonna end out in 5 seconds. Whether I think these people should exist or not, that's a different conversation. Whether women think that these people should be also considered women, I didn't even get into the sports and all that other stuff, right? That's y'all are going against that, and it's not just married to conservative ass women that have an issue with this. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Clue.
The purpose of all this is division. The purpose of all this is they cannot control if people agree. So they need to keep everybody disagreeing on more and more and more and more stuff. There's never too many things or issues that you can disagree on. The more, the better. So we're at the point now where we can't even agree on which sex gives birth. Whereas back in the day, even though there was Republicans versus Democrats, we agreed that, only women can give birth. We all agreed on it. They want to get rid of all of the agreements so they can have more power.
But Clue, what is a woman? I'm being funny, by the way. I'm being facetious.
Exactly.
That's the big one.
What are you talking about?
Everybody can be women, but not everybody can be birthing persons.
Birthing persons. Goddamn, but you beat it to them. Birthing persons.
Shout out to Vincent John Jr. who joined the panel.
What up, y'all? I'm just here to hear the bullshit and critique it and make sure I'm not crazy.
There's a lot of bullshit.
Black
There's a lot of bullshit.
Hey, Black
There's a whole bunch of bullshit. I don't even know what to make of it for real. But
all right, let's get through this last 30 minutes of this, and then you guys can fire off as you will.
At any rate, what we have is Trump losing ground with the highest earning, highest educated white people and gaining ground with the lowest earning Black people and Latinos. And the young men who are out of school and don't have good jobs.
That's her jabbing at us.
Makes you wonder why. I have a guess. They're
Go into that,
probably
Toya.
tired of being chastised,
Yeah.
talked down to, and Obama did not help.
What's really
We're the
interesting
pinata of the
that we'll
earth.
see when we dive into.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
my bad. I said we're the pinata of the world.
Well, yeah, I mean that's this this election highlights that. Like I was just saying, if you're tired of being talked down to and chastised and admonished for your decision making, you could quietly make change. And this is actually a banner I wanted to share with you guys. The comedian Black Ron posted this on his Instagram the other day. Said he talked to the delegation. We as Black men realize that now is not the time to demand an apology from our sisters, but if y'all can get around to it before January, we'd appreciate it. No head, words.
I've listened to a number of women go into what Toya say, including Kim Foster. Who else? Your colorist queen. And they essentially were very dismissive of Black men. They actually resented the black women that said I'm sorry, and y'all seen the clips of it was the light skinned sister and it was another darker skinned sister, and both of them were pretty much saying, my apologies to black men. I got caught up in the hype, and they came with some contrition, and the Kim Fosters and the Colorist Queen, they resent that because in their mind, no, black men voted for their own interest. They don't just voted for us, right? And it is just anything at any time to give black men the middle finger and say, I will give you nothing. I will take everything. They jump on the opportunity. So yeah, what the comedian brother was saying, no, they're not, maybe some of your average sisters, but some of the movers and shakers in the background are people like Miss Foster, who's 1 degree of separation from a Simone Sanders, maybe, right? And I agree. I don't think she's exaggerating by that, right? Like I think she really is 1 phone call away. I don't think she's like maybe one of us plebes that we got to make 5, 6, 7, 8 phone calls before you can get in contact with find somebody to find out where Simone Sanders is. No, I think she really is 1 phone call away, and women like her are pretty much the ones that are saying, apologize for what? Once again, nice for what? Remember, this is the same thing they did with Brickface Roto. Anyway, I'll pause right there.
They were saying it. They're not saying it anymore.
I kind of wonder how much of their language, aside from the overt finger wagging, backfired on them. Because what came to my mind was, you remember the speech where Michelle is like, your vote is a private issue?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wonder. How many dudes was like, you know what? If it's private for that beat, it's private for me too. You know what?
Yep.
Say
Over
that.
Trump's right. I wonder.
I mean, that's why I got up on this panel to ask, how come everybody knows who everybody voted for?
They don't. They just only in aggregate. That's all they know.
Yeah. I love making people think they do, though. I love that.
and I'll say this other last piece too, because the whole time when they were talking about the a vote for third party is a vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Turns out in a few states, especially the swing states like the Michigan Arabs, they said, you know what, we was going to vote Stein, but fuck it, let's go vote for him.
Yep.
Well, I got to lose.
Yeah, well, you got to lose. Yeah.
You know what?
But there's a sizable amount that did vote third party.
Oh yeah.
Leon is a whole troll comedian. I'm telling you. Leon be trolling me like a mug in the comments. Even on my own stream. He's a troll like a mug. He always start the statement off by stopping Z.
Stop the cap.
Right, exactly.
The exit poll data is Donald Trump won this election with a smaller share of the white vote than he got in either 2020 or 2016. What? He is actually less popular today with white people than he was 4 years ago or 8 years ago. But not only did he win decisively. What is that telling us? What is that
saying? That your shit's not popular.
Going into last night, I was going through my YouTube channel streams of the political analysis and commentary, going between the different channels, and on a YouTube stream, I won't name it because I'm not trying to shout out problematic people. On a YouTube channel that I was watching, I heard a Democrat say,
"Watch this before drinking."
Damn, Toy, you should have let that beginning.
Ooh, Toya didn't pay for YouTube.
No. It's the watch this before drinking. And I heard a Democrat say, it's the way the commercial started. I wanted to see where it was going to go. I think it was ducktailing or something I could have made it funny out of. But go ahead.
Yeah, it probably was. But I'll give it some thought, getting YouTube Premium. We'll work on that.
All right. Well, you know what? If your base wants you to have YouTube Premium, guess what they will do, ma'am?
They will support.
Yeah, hit your cash.
They will help you pay for it. Yes.
Yeah, you want me to say it to her? Let me say. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
BGS tax is in effect. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Get Toya the premium today. You can do it with only 3 easy payments.
The 1 easy payment. Really.
I swear I thought it when Pooh was saying it.
I said 3 because I want to aim high. And that's how we do in sales.
In South Florida, I don't know how many of you have a Brands Mart.
Black and
the cup. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, no. So in Florida, I don't know if it's all of the state, but we have this like kind of electronic outlet store called Brandsmart, and the
Mm-hmm.
commercials are always like 88888 or like 98888. It's all
Yeah. Oh
like,
yeah. That's that go Cal Worthington 1960s. He used to do that all the time. 29.9
yeah,
an Earl shop. 29.95 for a paint job. Okay.
yeah, hysterical. It's the way it's the delivery for me. But go ahead.
Who came up with 99? That was the biggest Madison Avenue
It, wa-
idea ever.
it was actually Earl Shive back in California in the '60s. Okay, I'll give you
A
any
whole
paint
penny.
job. Yeah, for 99.95. Okay,
Better get
Hey,
Mako.
yeah, a
Right.
nickel away from 100. Okay, 100 sounds too
Hmm.
much.
yeah. 1995 is like $10 less than $20.
Hmm.
Right, right.
Psychologically.
Psychologically, yes.
It's genius. It's absolute genius.
Hmm.
I mean, that could have been where girl math was born, but I digress.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Toya. Uh-oh. Stop it.
Latino support, especially among Latino men. And we're going to talk about the Black men situation because it's tricky. But in North Carolina, the exit polls say 20% of Black men voted for Trump. In Georgia, the exit polls, which are not a final election analysis, say 25% of Black men voted for Trump. 1 in 4. Fewer Latino women voted for Harris than they did in 2020 voting for Biden Harris. We got to get nuanced. We got to get multi-layered. It's if we just do people didn't want to vote for a Black woman. I think a lot of people did not want to vote for a Black woman. I think a lot of this is revenge, cultural revenge.
There you
I've
go
been saying
again.
this is the revenge vote.
Bullshit.
There
But
you go
No, let
again.
her
also about
keep
the
going.
ways
Let her
that
keep
being
going.
economically disenfranchised make you
There
more
we go.
susceptible to extremist rhetoric. We see
Yeah,
that in the
I knew
United
that was
States.
coming.
We see that across the world. And
Did she say?
the good
She's not a Black woman,
rooted
too, but shh.
political journalists and commentators and political scientists, they've been saying there's a class thing happening here. What's going on? There's a messaging thing happening here.
Shout out to Z.
In addition to just the overt misogyny, because yeah, that's a thing. Oh,
Overt
There we go. Bingo.
I love a little bit of misandry. The overt misogyny and homophobia and transphobia, those culture war things are absolutely real. But what we will see,
Huh.
in fact,
Shout out to Z.
let me not get into what we will see. We'll see it in the data. The last thing that I want to say is people who are relatively well off in the current social, cultural, and economic order, people who have the most power institutionally and economically, we're gonna have to reckon with the fact that we don't have the numbers like we think we do.
Pause right there, Toya, please.
So in other
Go-
words, the tip of the pyramid cannot float in the air by itself. Interesting.
And when she said this, Toya, I was like, this is when I was like, bro, you ain't listening to me. You not, hey, bro, it's people like me, BGS, and Sarge Willie P. I've been yelling this for years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. Somebody in my comments said they don't think she got there, but on her own. Right? I'm just saying.
No, she didn't get there on her own. No, she listens.
No, she definitely does.
I'm not gonna say that, but I think so, maybe, possibly.
In other words, she wouldn't be 1 degree separation if she did.
Yeah,
But she's learning.
She dropped down into Dr. Thunder's comments. She re-listening.
She listens. Yeah.
Good
She hit
point.
the
Yeah,
like
she
button
did.
on your video the other day.
Oh, she did?
Wait, say that. Wait, what you said?
I said hit the like button on your video the other day.
Oh yeah, no, she did. No, better you said that. Better you was like, hey, Kim, hit the like button. But no,
Hit the like, HD.
Right, but in all honesty, but and to be serious, what did you think? The Democratic Party has refashioned itself as the party of the professional managerial class. That's why y'all are hemorrhaging union. How in the hell are we in the place where the Democrats are hemorrhaging union members?
It's called technocrats. Okay, the new robber barons are technocrats. Okay,
Say that.
Where they come from? Why you think Kamala Harris got the nod? Okay, it's because she comes from where? Silicon Valley, which is Northern California. Okay. In other words, your Democratic Party has shifted is because your environment has shifted.
Well, so later on, I think was it this stream, but I know she did one another one, and she keeps on stressing. And she said this on this too. The realignment. It's a realignment, and she's gonna be interested in, or she is interested in seeing where everything lands. I would agree with her on that. I would agree with her on there's a realignment possibly happening right now, and it's gonna be interesting where everything lands
So
eventually.
it was basically, and this is something that's going around in circles, especially in Europe, right? The new world order is actually it's going to be techno socialism or techno feudalism. Which one?
Oh, if it's techno feudalism, oh boy! Shout out to what was it, Yanis Varoufakis. If it's techno feudalism, oh boy, gasoline draws.
Yeah, so I got about 4 books on techno feudalism or socialism. But I have to read them. I have to get off YouTube and start reading again.
No, you can't do that,
Could
BGS.
you share some of those titles? Sir?
Say what?
I think any time,
Could you share some of those
I
titles?
think it
for the
might
books?
start out.
If you try techno feudalism and techno socialism, it'll come up in Amazon.
Okay.
Welcome to the
Appreciate
panel, Black Guru.
Hey, old man.
Thanks for having me. Go ahead. Great screen. Hey, how you do?
I got old
older
Negro.
man.
Hey, I got old Negro back up now. I feel good.
Right.
All you goddamn millennials over here walking on my goddamn lawn.
Hey, my sister said the same thing the other day. She said, "We getting old." I said, "Yeah, well, what's the alternative, baby?"
Yeah.
Only Gen X matters.
I think
the smallest generation.
Hey, guess what? Gen X. Guess what we call Gen X people now? Old Negroes.
Get a smaller population.
I don't know why.
Exactly.
Because you're old.
Welcome to the apartment, pal. Here, present, here, old nigga society.
Old nigga society.
The youngest Xers are what, like 45, 46, something like that?
I'm the youngest
44,
Xer. I'm
something like that.
44. I'm the youngest.
See, there we go, 44. Hey, 44 sound like 45 to me.
Yeah, 44 basically. Yeah, Gen X was 1979. Really.
Yeah, that's 79. That's me.
Yeah, you're tip in. You'll be 45 in a minute, boss.
Yeah, but yeah.
Old Negro. Yeah.
Give me a moment to acknowledge the Cash App that I just received.
Wait.
Shout out to the Cash App.
I've just received the Cash App from Aquatechie.
Aquatechie, baby. Yeah.
Can you play that again, please?
When I get another Cash App, I sure can. But shout out to Black
Okay,
Guru.
I got the message.
Get in there, Black Guru.
Yeah, on the prospect of the future, I say it may start out techno feudalism, but I think ultimately it'll end up techno socialism. I don't think feudalism can stand going into the future because feudalism was a product of a different set of logistics that just don't prevail today and cannot be upheld over. I do not believe cannot be upheld in a techno society over the long term. So it may start out as feudalism because you have your Elon Musk types and all that, but I don't think they would stand the future. I don't think that system withstands the future.
Well, you remember Blade Runner? Yeah, the movie Blade Runner.
Yeah.
That's techno-feudalism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I don't think that holds up over the long.
We'll see. We'll see.
Shout out to Marcus in the building.
People are funny.
But I wanted to ask a question, maybe to look if white people have clearly communicated they're going with Trump.
Yeah.
And growing numbers of non-white people, including black men, are going in the direction of Trump. Then who do they think are going to uphold their particular view of things? When like this, the
Gays.
Tim Foster types, who's going to uphold the system for them?
That's why they say they have to rethink their strategy. That's what she's saying.
At the current moment, and clue, it's not really about the LGBTQ. It's really about a college educated, mainly professional managerial class. I
Yes.
said it earlier. I really meant it. Like, and she's saying that now. She actually did say it earlier. It's college educated white folks, black women, some black men, most black men, college educated black men that are leaning further and further Democrat, not so much progressive and
if
leftist.
Trump goes after the Department of Education, and I think they will, then a lot of the foundation of what you just described comes asunder. All of the
Well, she
upholding
admitted
and
that too.
maintaining and tipping the scales for females, particularly in the educational system and so forth, that goes away. That goes
as a matter
away
of fact,
very
Toya,
quickly. And
I don't
I
know.
suspect, because one of the things I like about, because I read through 2025, I do think that either the Department of Education should either go away or be radically restructured.
Yeah.
Whoever has Black
And
Guru's
if that
phone tap,
happens,
we can hear it.
then women like her,
for real.
Kim Foster.
Somebody got your phone tapped,
What's
Black
that?
Guru.
Because
You sound like a record that
Come
keeps
back in.
skipping.
Yeah.
But Toya, I don't know how much time you have, but like, there's a segment of her most recent stream. I want to say either from last night or maybe the day before, where she goes through her like how bad she thinks is gonna get it. I don't know. I think maybe 10, 15 minutes long. But she goes through like her like more of a doomer assessment of what the Trump presidency is gonna bring, and she goes through what Black Uru is saying also, which is like, yo, this I think is gonna get taken away.
Yeah, it's this one where
Education
she
is
talked
over.
about the National Labor Relations Board.
Yeah,
Yeah,
NLRB.
it's this
Yep,
one.
yep, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clue, somebody heard your plea and sent me another Cash App. So I want to say thank you to Better You. I appreciate you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you for
We got a damn girl on our team.
Yes, you do.
I
I
don't know
got
you
a
get
pillow
down
and a
like that,
blanket
Toya.
with me right up next to the wall.
That was an interesting reward you gave.
I call that lip service.
Ooh, don't say
That is
that.
Toya.
Don't say that.
Look, man, look.
Don't say that to me, Toya. Do not say that to me. Don't say that to me. Do not say that to me, okay?
And BS, you weren't there yesterday, but we were talking about seduction and R&B music and Janet Jackson and whatnot, and Toya over here talking about I call it lip service. Okay, anyway.
Some of us are trying to stay married over here, so calm down, okay?
Thank you. Right? Exactly.
Your home wrecker.
Stay in my relationship. I'm gonna walk into the door with a goddamn frying pan to the face. Messing with Toya.
As messing with a wordsmith on top of that, okay?
I don't mean any of you harm.
The round trip spirit.
I hope you.
New Jersey,
I hope
only
you do.
$63.
And what did Rick D said? Hurt me, baby. Make me write bad checks.
Better you said a round trip is $63.
I wanted to get into this quote that KMS put up on Mr. Z's channel yesterday. Speaking of your chat, Mr. Z, he says, in my humble opinion, this election was the black woman gynocracy's Waterloo. There will be a couple of smaller skirmishes, but this was the death knell. Insult to injury was how black women still chastise the black man who voted for Kamala. It's over.
Yep. Yeah.
Shout out to Sauchi.
Yeah. It's
Finito.
Yeah.
Finito.
Done so. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see, because I agree with what Black Uru was saying and what Kim Foster. I think you said she says it a little bit later. On this, yeah, I agree. Like there's gonna be a lot of changes, and I don't think all of it's gonna be great. But that's the inner scared lefty in me. I ain't gonna lie.
It never is. Okay.
Yeah.
It's coming up.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg, because there's stuff that's outside.
I ain't gonna lie. I got a little bit of shivers going on. A little bit. Just a little bit.
What is it? Be very afraid. Yeah.
Yeah. This is Mr. Z shaking a little bit in his boots, just a little, just a smidge.
Look, as
The way I see it, as long as he don't try to play this upholding the white man fantasy hegemony bullshit, I'm game for whatever's got to happen. That would be my own.
I would agree with that, but I don't know if that doesn't
with
happen.
$38 trillion in debt. We you know, all that shit that was done in the past, all that propping up people because they got the right skin color and all that bullshit, that don't work no more. So if
No,
we gonna fix this shit real and fairly, then you know, as long as we all gotta struggle through it, I'm good with that.
yeah. Well, I think the hurricanes actually taught America a huge lesson. Okay, about this.
I would say this to what I would say this to what Black Uru said, and this is mainly for younger Xers, millennials, and Gen Z men in particular. Go into what Black Uru just said. I think we need to start creating the mechanisms that if this goes down the white male hegemony route, that we can make them feel that pain. And if we go down, everybody go down. I think we need to start making sure that we're so in there, like, oh, you think you can kick me off the boat? Yeah, the chain is attached to your son's ankles. Now what? So I'll just put that on the table. All right, I'll pause right there.
L's everywhere.
And when you don't have the numbers, you can build up communities, smaller communities that share your values and reflect your values. But I do think it's going to be harder to win national elections. And now that we see more and more Black and Latino people feeling more comfortable expressing their electoral alignment with what I consider to be extremist rhetoric, bigotry, what they would call social conservatism. They have broken the seal. They have crafted, what's the word of this election cycle? Permission structure. And more people are going to be going over there. More people are going to go that way. More Blacks and Latinos are going to go that way. Black politics has changed. Sorry, let me do this.
Is she talking to regular people or to her own base? Permission structures without defining these words?
She's talking to her base. She's talking to her base.
She's talking to the birthing person.
Go into my first link.
Because permission structure, what does that mean?
Yeah, some shit that these people make up.
Why did it not?
She thinks she's spitting
What the heck? Yo, let me fix it real fast. I thought I had that. Why is it not? Okay, while I'm trying to figure this mess out. 1 second. Where are we going here?
How long have you been online, sweetie?
Why is it?
Jesus Christ.
Wait.
Oh no, she sounded like me over there.
There.
Yeah, but she's been doing this for like 13 years.
1 second, we're gonna do this.
She
Y'all
that
try to
old?
mess this up.
She been on YouTube for that long?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, y'all don't remember. Oh, they don't know non-weed Kim Foster.
Sound like
I've only come on
man
YouTube 4 years ago.
to produce a show.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, I think we can. Oh.
Sound like you need a man to produce a show.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I do agree with is
wait,
that she
this.
said hope is not a strategy.
And down here.
Yeah, which
did
is
it.
true. Yeah, I love it.
We did it. That's what I get for not doing a run through. I've been doing so good doing run throughs. Here is the NBC News exit poll from the key states. Let's go through here. And exit polls that we're going to look at are not, things might shift a little bit. We're still saying the 53% of white women voted for Trump in 2016 number. When the final analysis was done, the percentage of white women who really voted for Trump in 2016 actually turned out to be 47-48. So I heard somebody this morning say exit polls might not actually get the things precisely right, but they get things directionally right. All right, we see the breakdown. Men and women, white, Black. Okay, are you? What things stood out for me? Of course, we're doing the gender breakdown. That stood out for me. What age group? Age by gender.
Bruce Owen Wayne, come
This is
on back
interesting
if
to
you
me.
can. He tried to join the panel, but he dropped
We
off.
see women, young women. What is this? This electoral gap, 61%. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the Democratic Party needs introspection and reform. I am the girl who was fighting the air, swinging, defending the Democratic Party in suburban Oklahoma and suburban Texas because I knew that my values aligned with this party from a very young age. I would literally never vote for a Republican, literally never. But I do understand why Democratic Party ID is the lowest that it's ever been. Because has to be better messaging around what does this party stand for? Who is it fighting for? I was kind of frustrated at the end of this campaign, which Kamala did the best that she can do. She did the best that she could do. So I actually don't think that it's appropriate to try to lay this all at the feet of an individual. Because what was she going to do? She did the best that she could and she improved. But I was bummed at the end of your campaign when the campaign messaging began to.
I find that really baffling because isn't the response to men all the time to be better? Yet, with the highest of stakes, it's not on that candidate to be better?
She did the best she could do with what she had. That's what she's trying to say. In other words, she's a flawed candidate. And what she's really saying, which is accurate, that it's not on her. It's actually on the whole Democratic Party, which it is.
Accountability.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, that's what she's trying to say. In her muddled feminine speak, that's what she's trying to say.
Well,
instead of explaining it.
Yes, that is exactly,
Thank you for translating.
That's exactly what you say.
Yes.
If you have any political connection, that's scripted what you say. If you're in any way connected to those people. So she said exactly the right thing.
Yes.
Remember, she did say she's one degree of separation. Her words.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. 1 degree of separation means you're in the bubble, you're in the circle.
And if she says anything otherwise, going the other way, those people are gonna know about it.
Yes.
Black Uru, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Can you please drop off and come back because I don't want to miss anything that you say, and you're coming in like your phone is tapped.
Okay.
We need bars, Uru.
Yeah.
Big Shirley stepping on your internet.
I'm just saying. Big Mama, your arm.
How do I sound now?
Better.
Much better.
Much better.
Okay.
Yes.
No, I the last thing I said was she said exactly the scripted thing to say for someone in a position.
Mm-hmm.
So I totally understand what she said, why she said it the way she said it. If she were to be as honest, I guess, about things as if we would want her to be, she probably would at least indirectly compromise her own interests. Right?
Yes. Yeah. She is coded, but she's actually correct in what she's saying. Bernie Sanders said it pretty much the same thing.
Right.
But they jumped all over Leary for saying that possibly right messaging, wrong jockey. But if that was your intent, because she's not the person that delivered the message you're trying to get across.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, oh. Good morning, good evening. It's Bruce and Wayne here.
Yeah.
Hey, Bruce.
Hey, how you doing, Toya?
Good. Good to see you.
It's burning.
Practice a little bit of my Creole that I never get to practice like that no more.
It's burning. Yes, it is. It's burning.
Right.
I'm finally catching BGS on live stream. So, with all due respect, Elder, Tapu Babu, hats off for you.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
That ain't no big deal.
Hey, no.
That's what I heard. That's just her thing.
No. So why'd you show up?
He brought me here.
I showed up for Toya. I said I was coming by yesterday.
Well, Clue,
Yeah.
channel, come on.
Hey, Clue, we can have this battle. I got a whole channel, boss. We can put 400
I'm
people.
not here to
on.
battle.
Look,
I'm not here to battle.
look. Y'all
You
messing
throwing
up the
shots.
good part. She's gonna get to the good part. Look.
You throwing
Clue,
shots.
Slow down.
Where you at,
Clue,
Clue?
you're messing up the flow of things.
Yeah.
I got one shot to take. I'm not
He's
going to
gonna
let
talk.
any old man
Uh-oh.
coochie riding
Oh.
Toya on her channel. Old men, they better start their own channel.
Shout out to Uru.
Yeah, we looking at you, Black Guru.
Since he don't wants to listen, I'm going to say it in Creole. You grand moun de regonde, ki le wap komanse channel ou s'il vous plaît.
He really did say it though. He really did ask it. And he said, please too.
How do you say in Creole, be careful what you wish for?
Fais attention pour bagay ou Monday. Right?
Thank you.
Ve kon pou so ba mande avant top pou.
And then he said it even more refined than I said. He said, be careful to yourself of what you ask.
Or quite simply.
Well, I am. Being careful.
If you want to say it in French, you could also just say ferme ta bouche.
Right.
Ooh, look at her.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, je vois, madame parle français. Hein?
Oui, je parle un peu.
Oh, tu parles un peu français?
He just said you speak French, and Tony said you speak a little bit. Just a little. I speak a little bit.
Listen,
I speak a little bit.
I speak a little French, I speak a little Hindi, and I speak a little Spanish. But you know.
Maintenant, tu viens d'être ma youtubeuse préférée.
Oui,
see, you going too advanced for me. Look, y'all need to slow down so I can catch it.
Write it down.
Z,
Write it down. Yo, Z, I got a question for you. Since you live in South Florida, I'm surprised you don't even speak Spanish.
Why would I speak Spanish when I live in America, though?
Exactly.
Well,
he got a point.
I have a point. You know, I mean, South Florida is predominantly Latino, right?
Yeah. Well, Dade County.
Dade County. Dade County. You got a lot of Latinos,
even the Latinos don't speak Spanish.
I mean, their English should be their English. Yeah, they might as well speak Spanish.
They understand. Well, most of them actually understand Spanish, but they don't speak it.
Yeah.
Of course, the only outliers would be. Of course, the only out.
Wait.
Of course, the only. If I may.
I don't want us to go too far because Toya, you know, her thing.
Oui, je ne comprends pas. So let's get back into it.
Okay.
Members of the old Democratic coalition going to Trump, reliable Democratic voters just didn't come out. Bro, let me tell you, I knew shit was gonna be bad when I saw the early voting numbers in North Texas and they showed the map. I live in the most reliably Democratic county in North Texas. And they showed the map on the news. And the county I live in was the only county that had not surpassed their early voting numbers from 2020. I said, uh-oh. When I voted yesterday, I hear people talking about long lines. I was in and out.
Me too.
And then my boyfriend told me he overheard people standing in line saying, this is my first time voting for Trump.
Please pause.
I'm in the liberal elite hot zone.
Please pause. What she fails to realize is in all Texas Democrats, I swear they're the most gullible sons of guns that ever lived. They swear, if we just get out and vote, we'll turn it around. But newsflash, let me educate you, Miss Foster. If you in a metropolitan Democratic city, i.e. Dallas, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, that will go your way. But what you're failing to realize and taking account for, which BGS knows, Black Guru knows, all the elders know, the rest of the counties in the red, there are quadruple the amount of counties versus those 4 liberal counties. You'll never turn blue. You will never. So get off that gas. And then they cry every election day. What happened? We came and we turned that. Yeah. In your metropolitan city, you turned that. But what about the counties? The counties outnumber you 4-1.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got to flip. You got to flip just at least a little bit more.
At least those metro areas, why they flip blue is because of transplants from other places.
Yep. I agree with AO. You ain't gonna flip Texas blue. Texas might get purple, but you ain't flipping that blue. You ain't flipping Texas
like
blue.
they thought they flipped Georgia blue and didn't happen.
Only two times 64. Mark White and Richard. And they were all one-term governors. They got in there on a rail. Couldn't do it.
Yeah. Well, say all that.
The Dallas liberal elite hot zone, literally. I mean, literally.
She never asked the question.
Black
why.
men are owed an apology. They were not as close, but certainly not far behind black men. And we've been saying, recommending them, saying they would throw the election was incorrect. They are not owed an apology in Arizona, North Carolina, or Georgia.
Pause right there.
But overall, black men did come out.
So, even like she can't help herself. Shout out to her, man. Jesus Christ, bro. But she can't help herself. Someone said black men are owed an apology. Well, these black men are owed the what?
Got a man?
Apologize to your man.
Allegedly.
God damn, lady, you got a problem, bro. You more than a feminist. This is why I say it's not about their political philosophy or social understanding. They're little bitter, resentful trolls that are mad about who didn't bring them the prom when they were 16 years old. Y'all think I'm exaggerating when I say that. I'm not.
They have failed social emotional developmental stages.
Yeah. Or arrested development of their emotions. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
And they really portray how little how they do not think strategically in a situation where it's clear your power has diminished politically, greatly diminished, and is about to really sort of geometrically diminish maybe over the next 4 to 12 years.
Facts.
The last thing you want to do is in any way speak negatively of the few potential sources of allies you may have, which are black men. If you're going to have anyone who may be inclined to support you,
or differential,
whether they should or not, we can debate whether black men should support them. But regardless of that, if you're going to have any population of people who are inclined to support you, they're going to be black males. So to continually, in every way, find fault or to take it really speaks to how, as intelligent as a woman may be, and forgive me, Toya, because there are a lot of brilliant women, but there are very few women who are able to think strategically. Very few. And she might, if she attended Harvard, chances are she's on the right end of the bell curve in the general intellectual sense. But she's definitely portraying a lack of a strategic mind here. And other women who are of her particular background and her particular commentary continue to show that these people they should not be in the strategic leadership position.
That's what I'm saying. Like I sent you the other day, Z, about how many books they read. I don't care what school she
I mentioned it last stream.
I don't care what school a person go to. If you're like your intellect and how smart you are isn't dictated by what school you go to. I'm not intimidated by someone who go to Yale or whatever like that. Like you go there and be stupid, they cheat.
Well, no, you can be very smart. You can be intellectually gifted, but that don't mean you're wise. Those are different. The intellect says what you have the ability
to do. Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to make the best possible decisions and do things the most appropriate way given the circumstances. That's beyond just intellect. That's wisdom.
I think we also have to account for vagina arrogance. I think that she's like wildly arrogant, and that's just like it's obscuring her, like it's just obscuring her view, in my opinion.
That's why that's why it separates her with that 1 degree, because she's not capable. She's not going to be a Susan Rice or Condoleezza Rice or somebody of that ilk. Okay, it's because she's not capable.
Let me say to what Vince is saying. What I could see in Kim Foster, and if you're listening, Miss Foster, is that she's not actually as arrogant as she's portrayed. She's actually a little scared, insecure woman.
I can see that too.
For me it's a thin veneer, but I guess for others it's a thick metal plate of overconfidence, but it really isn't. It really isn't, right? She's still that whatever emotionally she still is whatever she was in high school, and she's just guarding that with this.
The little ugly girl from Oklahoma. That's what
I'm telling you.
And you
I'm
you know that about her, and this is something you observe in females, particularly if you raise them.
Mm-hmm.
All the movement she does when she speaks, that screams insecurity.
I was thinking about that earlier.
All that movement, all that, because that's what I saw my my own daughters do when they were insecure and when they were emotionally troubled.
I thought she had like a neurological disorder looking at her moving like that.
She is neurodivergent. She is neurodivergent.
Okay.
What does that mean?
That means you use different parts of your brain.
She's a little bit autistic on the autistic spectrum.
Yeah, it's on the spectrum.
She got a touch of autism.
Yeah, and my younger daughter
Hysterical.
in particular, who is very smart, but she is similar to that.
Yes.
She behaves in a similar way to that, and she's also divergent.
Yeah, she got a little tick.
So Uru, you know her type.
Yeah, I mean, I raised her type.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's something crucial to say, Black Uru. I gotta say it. Because I remember when we played the sister who was speaking, and you said your youngest looks like her. Yeah, but your daughter don't look like Kim Foster, and that makes a world of difference in how that divergentness shows up. A world of difference, right? Because some brothers be like, "Oh, that's cute," with your daughter. They ain't doing it with her, with Miss Foster, and that makes a world of difference in how they then deal with the insecurity, right, and how they work through it.
Just
we
don't
got to be
tell
honest about
Maggie
that.
I said that. Because she don't like when you say touch of autism.
So is that a pet peeve of hers?
No, it's just politically incorrect.
It is.
I have a question to ask. Since some people say they have neurodivergence, could it be just a cop out for the fact that maybe because of their issues or other traumas?
No, their brains are wired that way.
And I think a lot of people have been undiagnosed. A lot of people been undiagnosed with this. And the more that we learn about it, the more that we realize just how many people were not.
And you have to, with like my grandson's that way. And basically you have to find a different way of teaching them. They're not stupid. They just their brains don't work the way that normal people's work.
I get what I said, but what I wanted to ask was, could a certain thing called age regression also be part of
age regression is just a coping strategy that people it's an adaptation to your environment.
And as far as being
somebody who has like in my case, I do engage in that sometimes. So
why do you engage in it? Because you're trying to cope with a particular situation. You don't walk around that way, do you?
No, not really.
No.
It happens for me.
When does it happen to you? Just think about a minute. No, I mean, you know when it happens. You can tell me in about 30 seconds why it happens, when it happens to you.
Yeah, it just happens. But like in a way, it's kind of.
What situations are you in when it happens? You know when it happens.
Okay, like when I have like a very intrusive thought, or if I have a memory of something I did, or something like that, or something happened, I get a flashback like that. Then
it triggers it, right? So how do you adapt to it? Okay, by age regression, right? It's an adaptation.
Okay. So
With neurodivergence, people are actually born that way. Okay.
Also,
right.
People that's left-handed is neurodivergent.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah,
because sometimes because they use.
Well, what does that say about those who are ambidextrous?
What the thing is, the reason left-handed is because their brains are cross-wired differently. That's why they say that.
Right. I got you.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're talking on the left-handed people. Okay.
Well, yeah, left-handed people think a little differently because number one, they have to do everything backwards to adapt to a right-handed world. Number two, their brains are a little bit crossed. That's how come you use your left hand.
Because you have to keep in mind how many nerve endings from the hand goes to the brain.
But basically, your brain determines what dominant side that you're on. Basically, your left hand means you're probably going to be right-brained. That's like more left-handed people are probably more artistic.
Right. I wish I could draw.
Yeah.
Wait, what does that say about people who are, like I said, like I asked, what does it say about people who are ambidextrous or in some cases cross-dominant?
If they're crossed, it means your brain's wired a little bit different. Most people are not ambidextrous, okay, unless they're taught to be, and sometimes people are ambidextrous because it's called basically they're adapted to be because if you're ambidextrous, you're left-handed, you actually had to use your right hand all the time. You're gonna have to learn how to use both hands. A lot of people that are ambidextrous are actually left-handed people.
Boss, you know what the running joke is, right?
May I ask the panel to check the back chat, please? Mr. Z has a message for everyone. Please and thank you.
I wasn't going to interrupt anybody, but let's get back to the video.
Okay, yeah, move on. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I know. That's a
Black
BGS
men
effect.
in Michigan improved their support of Harris in 2024 over 2020.
Take a look at my community tab about how I feel about the apologies that Black men are owed. Shout out to Black Ron. He posted about this on his Instagram, which is also linked in my community tab. Black men are owed an apology.
At least.
This is the true will of the American people. That's what I've been having to sit with today. I'm so exhausted. Yes. Today, if you are a progressive person, you have to sit with the fact that you are way outnumbered. Again, something I think is wild is a lot of those working class people, those people who have not been able to graduate from college, their desire is a fundamental reshuffling of the current economic order. That's what they would need. They would also need redistributive economic policy in order to improve their lives. They would need stronger labor protections to improve their lives. More investments.
She's right.
And my argument is that you're not getting it because you didn't do what was in your own best interest from the beginning.
Yeah, my apologies. So I keep on going in and out. Goddamn Everglades Wireless.
I would like to. She said that there are fewer. I don't know if there are fewer progressive people. It depends on how we define progressiveness.
Yeah.
I think the mistake is they emphasize certain elements. They overemphasize certain elements of progressivism that have driven away other progressives. Because look, I might support, for example, gay marriage. I might support gay people even being able to adopt children. But I would probably still vote for Trump for the economic issues. And because I don't want men participating in female events. You know, so I mean, even just the art that's a very simplistic, overly simplistic statement. I think a lot of quote progressive people voted for Trump.
Let me say this.
I would agree.
Real quick.
Because they're called Bernie Bros.
This is the thing I think. I see this with a lot of leftists and progressives. They don't appreciate that everyone else that's not political. You see this with conservatives too, because they do the whole true conservative thing, the rhino thing. Everyone else who's not y'all are not hardwired to that ideology where they adopt everything from that side of the political spectrum. And that's what the left and the right have a hard time coming to terms with. I might claim the title. That does not mean I wholeheartedly adopt everything that those supposed tenets are supposed to, include or entail. And that's what she's pretty much describing here. It's like, yeah, and what Black Uru just said. Yes, I might believe in and you're overemphasizing on the quote unquote sexual element of leftist and progressive politics when a lot of people want the economic side of of this. And when y'all and it's the cheap route. Really, what it is the coward cheap route. Y'all don't really want to charge y'all donors in that goddamn money because y'all got too used to that third wave Bill Clinton crap for the money because y'all got washed by Reagan. That's a whole different conversation. So y'all go the cheap route
I'm
with
telling
the sex stuff. Go ahead.
You lose a lot of otherwise progressive people when you can't even say what the hell a woman is. You lose a lot of otherwise progressive people when you do that, and you do that before a Senate subcommittee.
Say that.
And we have a newcomer to the panel. Welcome, Ben.
Oh, thanks for having me.
What's going on?
I just wanted,
go ahead.
I just wanted to hop on and say to Mr. Z, since he's a fellow South Floridian, I had to hold back, on my thoughts because many people ask me if I voted, and I'm thinking, don't you see this the way this is going? Because I'm in Florida, it's a red state. You think she had a chance? Nobody had it coming.
Y'all think the rednecks in the North Florida or the Cubans in South Florida were gonna vote for her? Get out of here!
I had to hold my tongue out work so many times. She's gonna. Oh, I can't believe Trump. I'm looking like you guys don't see the writing on the wall. Second thing is, I'm glad that Toya is reviewing this because I was waiting to see if we were going to review her because, to me, I'm amazed how much goes over her head and how much she's so many solipsism that she has throughout the whole review of all the demographics and all the exit polls. She's not reconciling all the stuff that's wrong with her thinking.
Yeah, the thing is, we don't know how much she's telling the truth and lying. Just admits the lying.
Exactly, BGS.
I stole your thunder.
God, yeah, but I'm glad you said it. But exactly, and she said, that politics is no place for hope or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but it really is lying by omission to yourself and to your followers and subscribers, right? And also, as Black Uru was saying earlier, you don't want to maybe offend that person that's 1 degree of separation from you that is influential and powerful, because you're one phone call away from being like, oh, by the way, you pissed off such and such when you said this one thing, right? So you combine all of that together. That's why you have her analysis here this way. She's not dumb. She's just being a typical Black feminist that graduated from Harvard.
Well, let's get into demographic. Like, I remember when Trump won in 2016, and one of the more compelling statistics I read that contradict what she appeared to present earlier was they presented the breakdown of Black men who voted for Trump. And what they presented was the higher your educational level, the more likely you were to vote for Trump. That if you were a college graduate Black male, you were more likely to vote for Donald Trump than if you were lesser educated. And that wholly conflicts with what she presented earlier. But to be fair, she didn't specifically refer to Black men. I think she referred to
it's really white men.
A broader group of people who lesser educated voted for Trump and the more educated voted for Kamala Harris. And that may be correct if you blend everybody together.
Yes.
But if you look at Black men in particular, you may be trending in a very different direction.
If I may really quick, Mr. Uru, like what you're saying hit on one of the biggest things that incited me with this election cycle. Black men occupy a very unique condition in this country. And what you just said kind of speaks to that. This whole election cycle, we basically saw where they were pretending that black men and black women are essentially exactly the same except for the pokey bits. And it's just not true. And even though most guys may not be able to articulate it in some of the terms that like we're using up here on this panel, people know when their life is getting better and they know when they're getting the shit end of the stick. And I think it's patronizing and highly offensive to come at people like they aren't living their life.
Just for a black
getting into
man,
the values
why do?
conversation.
But better you, you're a black man. Why do I care whether it's patronizing to you and highly offensive? You're
That's all
not
right.
in the leadership position.
That's
You
all
get
right.
what
I
I'm
learned
saying?
that ass on
Like,
election day, though, didn't I?
you see what I'm saying? Like,
well, just to continue, as I was watching her review the whole thing, I was agonizing and rejoicing at the same time. I'm like, man, the fellows will have a real good time watching her suffer throughout the whole review. But what's killing me is like the whole election, right? They emphasize abortion. They emphasize women's rights. Nothing else. I'm like, what about men? What other? I mean, women have other aspects of them. You know, there's the economy. There's so many other things besides facets you could cover besides just emphasizing of abortion. That made no sense to me. They ignore completely everything else at the expense of abortion, and they were so errant and they could not even see it.
They were appealing to the growing hope factor amongst American women, particularly younger American women, and they were hoping that would be enough to sway them. And white women and Latino women taught them something different, because white women and Latino women say, yeah, we like to be hoes out here too, but we got to buy some eggs.
Literally.
I'm not that cynical on the abortion thing. I think what it was a misplay by the campaign, because it was a winning issue for her. I think they overestimated the importance that people would actually cast a vote on. I mean, at the end of the day, you're talking about abortion, which is a really complicated issue.
In a good economy, that's a stronger issue.
Yes.
In a bad economy, when people literally can't buy milk and eggs and shit for their kids, is not as important.
Where would you rank abortion as an issue in this particular election cycle?
20?
No, I'm talking
45.
I'm talking about better you.
Sorry.
Don't kick the chair.
For me, it ain't one. But
No. I'm talking about I'm talking about
overall,
for you. I'm talking about overall. Yes.
Yeah, overall. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
No. I asked you a specific question for a specific reason. Where would it rank?
Economy, immigration, abortion probably fifth, sixth.
In other words, top three. What? And we actually named them 6 months ago, right? Economy, immigration, and basically foreign affairs. Okay, 1, 2, 3. In fact, everybody came. In fact, when after the polls came out and the exit polls came in, guess what happened? 1, 2, 3.
Right.
Okay.
But here's the thing, BJS. When you failed at the economy, when you failed at diplomacy, and you failed at immigration, you got to go with the
abortion, because all you got left. Yeah.
Yeah. All these guys are culture wars.
And you like my old partner used to say, I'm in a tough fight with a short stick, but at least I got a stick. Yeah.
Right. So you gotta find some creative ways to use
that stick.
You gotta use that stick like Tyson.
So said the Chinaman, right?
And I think, to be very clear, I think they thought they were going to run the numbers with single women.
No, they didn't. That's all they had.
And Kim Foster keeps on saying it.
That's all they had.
They were going to run the exact. I'm saying that, yes, but it's a growing cohort, because we already know more young people are not getting married or whatever. So they're thinking they can run pretty much. Okay, if the conservatives are going to run the numbers on the young men, well, there's more young women, so we'll just run up the numbers with the young single women.
I don't think they thought they would.
That's all they had.
I would say I think they thought that was their best option.
That's all they had.
Okay. Okay.
In other words, you want a tough fight with a short stick. Do you really want a short stick in a tough fight?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the best I have, right?
That's all you got.
It's the best you have. That's why they ran with it.
Yep.
That's what we're trying to get across. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
because you knew it was true because they were bringing all these cockamamie. Somebody died somewhere.
Yeah.
And, all this stuff. You're not going to make a presidential decision based on 1 in 100,000 women dying in childbirth. I mean, you're just not going to do that.
No.
But that's all they had.
And they have to lie because it will actually invoke a whole bunch of other things if people actually dig into it.
Exactly.
That argument will come apart if people really looked at it.
Mm-hmm. And it definitely would come apart if you have like a real presidential election, a primary issue. Start really poking around
into it. Yeah.
I have to say this.
There's a pun in there somewhere.
Well, yeah, there is.
I have to say this right quick because I'm going to have to step down.
Mm-hmm.
What does it say about the black community that when you look at the exit polls, right? Mm-hmm. Every other community voted against the way we voted. Meaning both men and women in every community voted in one direction, and the black community went the exact opposite.
That was biblical symbolism.
Number one, women actually run this community, okay, and they tell you what to do. Number two, we've been indoctrinated for the last 4 or 5 decades to vote Democratic. But the thing is, it's not the amount; it's the shift, the direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, black men since Obama have been peeling off.
Yes.
5%, 10%, 15%, 20%. So they're definitely black men in particular are definitely trending away from the Democratic Party. And it's probably going to be, look, if Trump has a successful presidency and there's really good feelings, I guess, about J.D. Vance, oh, shit, it may be a third or 40 or 50% of black men who go Republican.
I'm surprised that nobody mentioned that. I forgot what show I was watching. That ever since Trump got elected, it's been the biggest jump in the stock market in like forever. That one day jump.
It's got mentioned in this space.
It's called cheap money.
Yep.
Because he's not about the high inflation. Yeah.
I'm tired of looking at myself right here, so let's get through like the last 8 minutes of this, please.
Yeah, but other people are not. Go ahead.
We all right.
It's all good.
You guys can chat all you want to. Let's just finish this.
Okay.
This election has taught us you can't gynocracy your way through it. You can't shame your way through it. You can't finger point and blame the men because you already are unruly.
35% here said worse. 30% said about the same. Only a quarter say that they are better off today than they were 4 years ago. Severe hardship inflation, moderate hardship inflation. So 75% of respondents said that inflation has been a hardship. I mean, we can't, again, the headwinds were so strong against Harris. It was going to be hard. Coalition lost support. Latino voters, they're saying down 12, young voters down 5%, women down 5%. Now, here is the tricky part. Here's the tricky part. If I already told y'all that Trump got a smaller share of the white vote in 2024 than he did in 2020, but he is down among all women and down among all white people. Just by group, we're not breaking it down. Okay. What is that telling us? It's telling us it's a whole lot of non-white women, and maybe not, let me be more precise in my language. A significant number, a statistically significant, an electorally significant number of non-white women, based on the information that we have, voted for Trump in 2024.
What happened? Is it me?
Coalition. Trump held support among conservative voters, white evangelicals, white no college. White evangelicals up. That's interesting. College, no college. Vote for president, men under 30, 5638. Latino voters, Latino men. Vote for presidents, Harris, Trump. For black men, 7920. So according to the CBS exit poll, it was 7920. Vote for president, independents. The independents were more likely to choose Trump. We're just getting the information out. We're just reviewing the numbers so that we can not say things that aren't true. Can I just say that one of the craziest things I do want to say, I was really clear that most of the non-college whites were going to support Trump. I, as a person who I know a lot about, because I just spent a lot of time with it, non-college white women are not historically a part of the Democratic coalition. I knew that. I don't know if y'all are just learning that, but I knew that. So when I see people say, look at all of these white women who voted for Trump, I'm like, yeah, that's what they do. But the craziest thing is when black Trump voters, I'm just like, but it's, and here's something that I've been thinking about with regard to the non-college college divide. When I say that we all have to get a more sophisticated class analysis and figure out some better messaging, I'm really saying we all, because I don't know I know some non-college graduate black people. I don't have any sustained interaction with non-college non-black people. No non-college whites, no non-college Latinos. I just don't. And I was telling my partner last night, I'm sure a working class white woman who was working 3 jobs would look at me and look at my life and be like, you privileged bitch. You privileged bitch. How dare you try to tell me the economy is doing great? And I'd have to eat that. Because I wouldn't trade lives with a working class white woman. The wages of whiteness are not enough. Not just because I love being black, but also her life is 10 times harder than mine, probably. From day to day.
Make it over 6 figures, 250.
And that's a hard thing.
That's my question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she is.
All right. So my thing, this is my issue with certain degrees. If you got a doctorate degree, and she got one, in African Some Studies. That's her main degree, correct?
I don't think so. No.
All right. Well, somebody look it up, because I find the degree she has probably worthless. But if you do other things outside the degree, you probably actually make some money. That's why I'm always harping when people talk about these degrees. Unless it's something that can be useful, it's worthless. And if you got the doctrine, besides the black males that got it, they could probably make use of it than a woman, to be honest with you, that for a better cause. But she lays out that people that either finish school or not, and that this determines of how you participate in the political process. And most Americans, on the average, don't really invest in the political process. They're less read now than were 60 or more years ago. That's what I was going to say.
I find what she said. She appeared to brag about she appeared to brag about not being associated with undereducated non-black women. Look, 86% of American women are not black. And the majority of the 80% of American women do not have college degrees.
Exactly.
So for her to brag about not knowing those women show that she's grossly myopic from a political standpoint. I would not, if I presented myself as wanting to be any sort of political expert of any sort, even if I did not know those women, I would not present that. And going back to what someone said earlier about why you would not see her amongst the higher front level of political operatives, because they would not say that kind of thing. They would not say that. Even if cite one of these women, for example.
For fact-checking purposes, I just want
name any of these high-level black political Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama would never say that. She would never say that.
But Black Guru,
I don't even think Kamala Harris would say.
I just want to say what degree she has. She has a degree in African American Studies in undergrad from Harvard, but she has a theoretical and applied mechanics PhD at Cornell.
Mechanics. So
Applied
those sound like
mechanics.
useless degrees to me.
This is
That's not the point.
Let's be fair. This is a very intelligent one.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, we can't take that away from her at all.
Yeah. And,
Chaos,
but
bro, you be missing the point
she's
like a
not a wise
Right.
woman. And that's the point I'm making. Because a wise woman does not say that. That's the point I'm trying to make.
But
because
I can get it.
there's one thing to have a particular background.
Hold on a second, Chaos, please.
It's one thing to have a particular background, but regardless of your background, when you are operating in a social political space, there's certain things you don't say to appear to alienate yourself from other people, especially when they're the majority of the electorate from your particular sex. They're 86. Well, the 86% of your electorate is not female electorate is non-black, and most of them do not have college degrees. And those women helped to elect Donald Trump president. So you don't say this stupid stuff. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Go ahead, but let me let Chaos go because I want to say something, but I really want to see where Chaos go with this.
This woman, as you could hear, this is the type of woman that don't go outside, like Obsidian said, and it's proven. She's indoors.
That might explain why she don't know those other women. But go ahead.
She is Black Root, and it's proven by her rhetoric right now on this tape. Because you will not make that type of statement. People that have common sense, which last time I find is foreign, will not say stupid shit like that. Because they look at the overall environment as a whole, and she can't conceptualize because she don't get out above her own house.
This is what
She's
I
a
think.
snob.
Everyone,
She's a snob with her nose up in the air.
Yep. Here's where I think that we might be missing. She's humble bragging. She's humble bragging. Later on,
that's fine. That's fine. I know, and a lot of educated Black women like to humble brag, but there's scenarios in which you don't humble brag. And while this may work for the Black Girl Magic crowd, when you lose. And the reason why you lose is because of those other women. You got to start talking a little different and present yourself a little bit differently, especially as your ally base dwindles.
Because your ally base is a timber. Real quick. Your ally base voted for Trump so he could defend them against you.
In large part, that's true. Yes.
I'm listening to her and I'm like, it's like she gets it. She don't really want to go into it because what she thinks, and I keep on emphasizing this, is that college-educated white women in particular are going to drag their white husbands to the polling booths, and they're both going to overturn the amount of non-college educated folks in America that are going further and further, maybe right or at least Trump. And if you can continue to bring about Trumps, whether it's Donald Trump or not, but a Trump light, right? Then she thinks that you can overturn that with enough college-educated white folks and other people of color. She doesn't appreciate how much those people voted for Trump to defend them against women like you. They despise women like you when they're in the store with you or when you're cashing out in front of them. And she actually humble brags a little bit more further, a little bit later, and it just screams your insecurity is crushing your own politics that you claim to advocate for.
Well,
and I'll pause right there.
Well, to continue on what Black Hoover was saying, she does lack wisdom because, okay, she may run in elite circles, and she may consider herself elite now, but what she lacks is lineage. Because when you're around those people with lineage, you don't compare the same. I mean, you don't compare. A mistake is, as a college dropout, I take no offense to what she said when she just said she does not hang out with people, not non-degreed people, non-degreed folks, the little folks. But what she doesn't understand is just because you're non-degreed, right, does not mean you're simple-minded.
But she did say she makes an exception. If you're Black and non-degreed, she'll hang out with you. This is really just what we're witnessing is a difference between possession and application, right? You can be smart and have intellect and have degrees, but choose not to apply what you've learned. And that's, I think, really what we're seeing from her. She likes the perch that she's put on, and she doesn't want to lose it, so she's going to speak from that perch. She's not going to come down from it.
That's fine, but then she should understand. My point is, she's not reconciling that that create alienation, and therefore you're not going to get support of the same people you are. Well, I wouldn't say vilify, but to me, she's basically vilifying everybody that didn't vote for Kamala anyway. So,
But her
I mean,
200,000 subscribers say
this is the kind of
otherwise.
woman who makes it easy for white people to rally around anti-DI, DEI,
That's my point. Yes.
anti-CRT. She's a
Yes.
perfect model for them to use to go against what might be worthwhile programming. What might be worthwhile programming in certain situations. She's a perfect model to campaign against that.
And that's why they kept on showing Ketanji's face when she was going for Supreme Court judge. That's why they kept on saying the other sister that wouldn't tell you what a man is, and was going back and forth with the Republican about that. That's why they emphasized those people, as what Black Guru was saying, because maybe DI might be worthwhile and affirmative action policies might be worthwhile if we could actually get enough black men in there, right? But when they showed the Kim Foster types, it's so grating on everyone. By the way, everyone who's not part of that particular niche class of black folks in particular, highly educated black folks in particular, because this is even crass to certain white folks, I would argue, that are in that class because it's so overt. But what was the point of going to Harvard if she couldn't humble brag? What was the point in her mind? What was the point if I can't if I can't still insult and demean and be smug? That's the word I'm really looking for. Be smug in the presence of people like you.
Isn't that meritocracy or something like that?
Yeah.
Well, there comes a time where certain things aren't prudent, or couth. For example, like even in China, there are a lot of people who are fantastically wealthy, but the CCP will show up at your doorstep.
Literally.
You try to flaunt your wealth and do some of the stuff and flash like some people do over here.
Yeah, like ask Jack Ma.
Exactly. I was trying to think of the name. Yeah, exactly.
They literally passed, by the way, for those of you that don't know, what Better You was saying is like literally true. They literally passed a law where you couldn't be a show-offy, and they really, all those folks, even on social media, it's not even like a literal physical thing. Like even on social media, if they went after those people that were showing all of their wealth and their bags and their clothes and stuff like that on social media, because they're like, yo, you're the issue is you're causing disharmony and your cohesion in the society.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. They're doing now. Okay.
Yeah.
And you lose social points for that. Social credits.
You do what's worse than that. It's called social separation, and it leads to revolution.
I thought re-education was worse than that.
Fair enough.
There's a Harold Melvin in the
What do you think leads to re-education?
Fair enough.
What do you think leads to re-education?
Fair enough.
Who's the first people they killed when it was the revolution?
The educated class.
The educated class.
Yeah.
So-called intellectuals, the writers, anybody who could think, who can think anything other than them. Anyone who could question the ideology.
It's also because in their minds, a lot of the intellectuals backstabbed them and co-signed a lot of the BS that came in with the British takeover and the Japanese, and they were intellectualizing some of that. You're supposed to be our intellectual class.
Also, if there's anyone who can rally forces against you, is some great writer or some great artist who's already in the hearts and minds and spirits of the people. Some great intellectual, some great artist can very easily rally the forces against you.
I mean, if you want to reprogram a computer, what do you have to do?
You gotta wipe the memory.
You gotta wipe it clean. You gotta wipe the clean, overwrite the memory. That's what you have to do. In other words, that's why the elite have to go. Okay, because they can actually influence the people. Okay.
There's a Stalin quote that speaks to it. I'm probably about to butcher it a little bit, but Stalin said in relation to like America's, he said, "I won't let them have ideas. What makes you think I'd let them have a gun?"
Yeah, that's true.
I remember reading about what's his name, Hans Klaus Manacquat.
Yeah, I'm sure the modern American state would agree with him, but it's too late.
Yeah. What this man in that book, he talked about like the rise of the mustache man, and they talked about like what you said about like they get rid of people who can be of influence other than them, And an older man once said,
that goes all the way back to Egypt. What do you think? What do you think? Go back to Moses, right? What do you think the 40 years in the wilderness was about?
So them old folks could die.
Some old teachers could die out. Okay, so you can actually input a new agenda. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
And
And he said
actually
it.
goes
Actually,
back.
Moses said it.
It actually goes back to the Nile floods for 40 days. What happens? It actually removes all the old markers,
40 days
right?
and 40 nights.
Yeah.
40 days and 40 nights.
Yeah, that's where it comes from. It's called renewal. Anyway.
Like the, just like the Lent fast. Okay.
Yeah. But go to it. Yeah, Miss Foster. This is horrible. These are your well, not technocrats, but your educated class of black folks, black women in particular.
Yeah. Let Tori go ahead and finish it up.
For black people who have some class status to say, we don't like to say that. It feels like we are giving people a pass for being bigots. It feels like we're giving people a pass for delighting in the wages of whiteness, for luxuriating in all of the white privilege that they can get their hands on. That's not what I'm doing.
Still humble bragging.
That is not what I'm doing, I promise you. I am saying that in 2024, I understand that economic mobility is down across the board. And I'm real glad that my parents were born when they were and that I was born when I was, because we're the last economically mobile people.
Low key kind of agree with this.
The direction the United States is going, here I'm going to reference work from an economist I cite all the time, Raj Chetty. There's also great work on decreasing economic mobility coming out of economists at the University of Chicago. This American dream, these Horatio Alger stories, specifically those of you who are a white person that's been fed that, it's harder. Raj Chetty released a paper this year that said, I'm just preparing y'all. I'm in a solidly mid-Atlantic state. I was when the African-American Uber driver taking me home after the watch party told me she voted for DJT. She doesn't want her six-year-old to be converted to gay at school. I'll definitely be interested in what we see when the numbers are really parsed out. But I think that the Raj Chetty, the Opportunity Insights is the name of his lab that studies this stuff, said that Gen X working class people had more opportunity for economic mobility than millennial. Oh, Gen X, let me start over because I when I say these things, because I'm doing it off the top of my head, I omit really important details and I need to stop doing that. The Gen X white working class people have less of a chance of being economically mobile than millennial white working class people. I believe that he studied a cohort born in 1978 and compared that to a cohort born in 1992. And the Gen X, the 1978 people, could live a better life and had more of a chance of climbing up the ladder with or without a college degree than the white people born at the bottom in 1992.
There we go.
I mean, that's something. That's very much something. Raj Chetty, R-A-J-C-H-E-T-T-Y. For real. Let me go back. To which age group do you belong? This is this. I want to go to the CNN. Let me get this CNN. This was published this morning. The web blocker. It is connected. I use Readwise. Reload this tab. Oh, girl, it's not letting me. Anyways, here we go. What are my highlights here? Even so, exit polls are still polls with margins for error, which means they're most useful when treated like estimates rather than precise measurements. That's particularly true before the exit poll numbers are adjusted to match the final election results. Latino voters, let's go down to the Latino voters. Latino voters, and men in particular, have been moving toward Trump since 2016. This year, Latino men broke in his direction for the first time. Biden won their support by 23 points in 2020, and Trump won them in 2024. Latino women still favored Harris, but by smaller margins than they supported either Clinton or Biden. This is interesting. The educational divide grows. We've talked about that ad nauseum. A shift has occurred among white college-educated voters. They narrowly backed Trump in 2016, but Harris won them by 10 points in 2024. I had 20 points in my mind, but it's 10 points in 2024. A split driven by both men and women. Harris won white women with a college degree by about, that's where I got 20 points from, by about 20 points, an improvement over both Biden and Clinton. Meanwhile, Harris lost some support among voters of color of all education levels. Young voters. So interesting. Democrats lost some support among the youngest voters, a group that overwhelmingly votes for them. But Harris also made gains among the oldest voters, a group that traditionally leans Republican. Hashtag realignment. Hashtag realignment.
Burnout. We all.
Sorry.
No, you're good. But it goes back to what we were saying.
When I said Trump got a smaller share of the white vote than he has before, he did. That is true. 85% of black voters. Trump wins 13. Trump shares up 1 percentage point from 2020. Okay. Things that I thought were interesting: 91% of black voters. Harris wins. This is a different number. This number is saying Harris won 77% of black men voters nationwide. Trump wins 21%. Now, black women are the same, 91%. Okay. What else do we have here that's interesting? Economy, financial situation, Israel. 71% of voters were white. 11% were black. Ooh, fewer black people voted. 12% were Hispanic. Yeah, fewer eligible black people voted in 2024. That's interesting. 5% of voters nationwide were black men compared with 4% in 2020. 7% were black women compared with 8% in 2020. What do I think that is? I don't know. If I had to guess. If I had to guess. At any rate, you guys, just thought I'd come on here and do some talking about the numbers.
It's predictable. The Democratic Party is becoming, and more, it kind of already is, the party of the professional managerial class / technocrats. It's becoming the party of you, Ms. Foster, and like, it's not your education. It's what you think your education and how you think your education allows for you to show up in front of everyone else. And quite frankly, most people can't take your Afro smug, way of speaking. Black people can barely take it, and non-black people. And if you want to call it racist, I would argue it kind of is. I'm not gonna lie, but they can't take it, and that's the world you live in.
That's techno-feudalism in a nutshell. They think they're lords and masters of the common people. Yeah.
And by the way, black technocrats and how many of them are there? That's a whole different conversation. But these black professional managerial classes, y'all get it the worst because you're still black.
And she says,
you get it the worst.
I don't talk to non-educated people. I don't talk to lower class people. Is because I'm supposed to be a socialist, though, right?
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be a leftist, right? Interesting.
All right.
Her and what's his name? Nick Fuentes have a lot in common.
That is speaking.
They have a lot more in common than she thinks they do. Okay.
Oh Lord, that's not a compliment.
She definitely.
Better you go ahead and do that stream. Better you go ahead and do that stream.
I might go ahead and I know. I have to do it on my Master Teacher Response channel because I know YouTube will probably come after me for it. But I might say that, Miss Foster. I might take that clip about who she doesn't talk to. Right. I don't talk to non-educated people, white or black, whatever. That means you and Nick Fuentes have a lot more in common because he believes in a feudalistic class, which is it's the old monarchy. Okay, that's feudalism, right?
He's more likely to admit it though. She won't admit it
because she thinks she's a leftist. Okay.
Yeah. She thinks she's a
leftist. And people like her are closer to fascism than Donald Trump. Believe it or not.
They really are.
That is the essence of fascism, rejection of socialism and going back to feudalism. That's the essence of fascism.
You came all the way back around, lady.
Yeah.
The closest you'll get to her admitting that is in the clip where she says she is 1 degree of separation away
from those people. But the thing is, what she actually said, who she actually interacts with, right? Okay, and who she doesn't want to be. Okay. And she pities the poor peasants, but she doesn't want to be them, right? That is the monarchy. That is feudalism. Okay?
So what you're saying is she's ignorant to her own fascism.
Yeah, she is.
Intellectual snobs, huh?
Classes. We call it classes, but thing is, it goes beyond that. When the classes start separating further and further, you have the feudalistic, the owners, the operators, the so-called the nobility versus what the common people, right?
And this is why, and BGS will back me up on it. I came in the door speaking about Dream Hoarders, which is Richard Reeve's first book. That was the book before of Dreams of Boys and Men, and he was speaking about this kind of growing chasm between the top 20% and the bottom 80, right? And how
even
many
more
of
than
those...
even more than that.
Yeah. Miss Foster fits into that class. Of course, she's further up in that top 20, all the way up,
no,
probably top 5-ish.
No, she's
right?
in the top 1% of people. Let's not get it twisted. Okay,
so
education, class, earnings, all that kind of stuff. She's in the top 1%.
And this is the way they sound. Well, her in particular, there's more to that. So I'm not gonna say all of them, but she has other things going on, particularly the not attractive freaking black woman thing. But this is the sound. This is the sound.
The thing is, the
Well,
sound.
she's representative of a lot of because a lot of them aren't attractive. It's just that they are wiser than she is and more
to say it like this.
Yeah, and like I said, if me and my folks really want to dismantle this whole thing, we probably could. But things they will come after us for it, because we can literally ideologically can dismantle all this shit, and using their words. Okay.
Yeah.
And I would ask her, look, if as she described, that the mobility of white people has greatly diminished across recent generations, then shouldn't that not inform your critique of black men?
She has no
if white people are struggling to ascend and are not ascending, that should influence your critique of black men. Because what you're saying is this girl is fucked for everybody. So how do you not have any empathy for black men?
Because you won't get in line.
Yeah.
Because you won't get in line. If you would follow
get in line
women
for
like
what?
her,
for the fall that she herself has just described.
I'm Joan of Arc. I can lead. I'm
Harriet.
For Harriet, I'm Joan of Arc. I can lead you out of the wilderness.
Literally,
out
her,
of the
her
Matrix
channel for Harriet.
Into Zion. Where?
Yeah,
where
yeah.
are we going?
Literally, yes.
Nope. Name the techno dystopian future. That one.
Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk.
She comes across.
When they talk a lot, you realize just how contradictory and conflicting that none of this makes really any actual sense, when you put it all together.
If they put it all together, they would realize, but they don't put it all together.
Real quick before Better you go, I just want to ask Black Will one thing. He said, if you let them, what do I say all the time on the channel? Let them talk.
The internet will expose us all.
The internet will.
God
Thank you.
bless you
The
for
internet
being able to listen.
What
to
would you do without me, Zane?
I can't do it.
That's why.
This is why I because. A minute, Toya. This is when I used to watch The Grapevine. It really struck me like, wait a minute, these are the people behind the people. When I realized that a couple of them worked on Hot 97 or whatever, and they had these panel discussions, you're like, oh crap, these are the people behind Ebro. These are the people behind Charlemagne. These are the people. Oh crap, and it just got the wheels turning. Like, so these are the people that have the ears of some of the influencers. And when you start going down that road, and then what Miss Foster just said, she's 1 degree of separation from some of these folks. It just all comes together. Like, oh, no wonder Barack talked to us the way he do. No wonder, Michelle or Kamala, not going to do nothing for black people. No wonder these commercials are the way they are. No wonder they think they can insult us. No wonder Simone Sanders said what she said, or Tiffany Cross said what she said. No wonder. Right? Because they're already on that, but then their staff and the people around them sound like sound like Kim Foster.
If you have a degree from Columbia or Harvard or Yale or what's the other one that begins with a C up east?
Cornell.
How difficult is it for you to get an associate producer job at any radio station, especially a black radio station, for example? It's probably almost a guarantee that you can get that gig. So if you have her background at 22, 23 years old, you instantly can get a gig feeding out material to some major media source. Easily.
Yeah.
Ladies like her. They come across like Calvin Candy's best friend. And that's the attitude that they come with. It's a I own you, nigga. even when talking policy and everything. From that perspective, it kind of makes sense. You know what?
You bet not talk back.
Yeah. How dare my dog bite me?
What you want me to call him, Dad? That was a funny movie. That was funny. John Johnson, God bless him, man.
Toy, if you don't mind, if you don't mind, let me read. Leon said
Go
here.
right ahead.
And thank you. Leon said here, she wants the most educated, cool, good-looking black boy in her cast/class, and she could not have him. She couldn't even pay me to submit for long. I need Viagra to perform. Hysterical. But
Don't forget to say cut the bullshit.
Right,
Stop the
right,
bullshit.
the bullshit, right? But he does say that. But
Yeah, that's his
skipping over
quote.
some of the
That's his
sexual
quote.
stuff. But what's important here is like, I know I emphasize this desirability thing a lot. It's because I'm trying to emphasize that what Ostefko brought to us with the pretty girl privilege is how that resentment leaks down into everything, which you saw with the therapist a year ago or so. It leaks down to everything. It leaks down to the attorney. If BGS remember that we had to run off a couple of years ago.
Who was it? Who attorney went?
Which attorney? Where was this?
Describe this person. Can you describe this person for a Z?
I think his audio went out.
Yeah.
Because we know too many attorneys.
Yeah, I mean they
Can you guys still hear me?
always.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
back now.
Now
we
You said describe who? Somebody was saying describe who?
Which
we
attorney? When you say attorney, who are you
who
talking
were
about?
referring to.
It was an attorney. A couple years ago, it was this attorney. She came in with some crazy stuff. I can't. Oh man, I can't remember her name.
Oh, you talking about the
Was
big
it
fat
again?
lady?
Yeah, and we had to like run her off like it was like a couple years ago, maybe 2-3 years ago. And somebody threatened to have her disbarred, and she like I can't remember her name. I want to say that's who. Say that again.
I think that was her name. Carib.
Yeah, I want to.
Yeah. She had the heel for the Avatar.
Yeah.
Yes.
What about her?
Yeah, that was her. Yeah, because I remember.
What about her?
Yeah. No, I'm just bringing up like, these are the people that are in those environments. Number one, number two. That's why I emphasize that lack of desirability thing, because it really shows up in these spaces when policy is being made, and this is, Kim Foster is Kamala's aide, because we know Simone Sanders was her aide at one point.
Ooh,
that doesn't scare
anyone.
She
couldn't work with her,
right? Exactly. Thank you. Exactly.
She couldn't work with her. She admitted that she remember because if you in that interview she did, and it just her face just said it all. Like, I can't work with this woman. I can't work with her.
And there you
she
go.
Was just
and this is
promoting
the
her,
person that's telling Uncle Luke who asked you for your unsolicited opinions. Anyway.
Yeah.
Ironically, with your Kamala Harris types, they typically work better with men.
Facts.
Work with or for? Or like
both.
Preferably for, of course.
It's called structure.
Yeah.
But even
they have structure, and men are going to be less affected by a lot of the bullshit of women.
Right.
So, because a lot of times it's her wanting to be the boss bitch bullshit, and the other one wanting to be the boss bitch bullshit.
Yeah.
And men are less affected by that generally. Men
I've
men are
witnessed
able to
it in my
focus more
workspaces.
on getting the actual work done and removing the ego. As long as she don't prevent me from doing what I need to do, whatever.
As long as she doesn't hinder me.
Yeah.
It's facts. As a matter of fact, look at her conversation with Shannon Sharp. I know a lot of that had to do with age and attraction and whatever, but that was a different type of Kamala.
Oh no, she would have fucked.
That was a real Kamala.
Back in the day, in her heyday, she definitely would have fucked.
Oh yeah.
A football player, Hall of Fame football player.
Oh yeah.
Both of them would have been on it. Both of them would have been on each other.
Your name is Michelle today.
Right.
I'm on what you on.
Right? What you want to do? What you want to do?
Yeah, I can kind of tell that looking at that interview. I was like, yeah, I see
Yeah,
what's going on
yeah,
here.
you know, back in the day, yeah, it's been on and
Yeah,
popping.
and
Yeah.
she yellow too, so you know Shannon would have been about it.
He would have been gone.
So no, that would have been the match. Yeah.
Right.
First of all, Black Russo, you would have been so right about that. I mean, I would have been hitting that. You know, she's that fine. She's that fine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, Shannon would.
Shannon, would you have said no to her? And then, Alexa played a meme
no,
of
no,
Shannon
no.
Sharp shaking his head, no, please. I definitely
No,
would
no,
have
no,
said
no,
yes.
no, no, no.
Hell no.
But
If
yeah,
it wasn't him, it would have been Sterling.
And
That's all I'm gonna
let me
say.
say this real quick. Thank you, Toya, for reviewing this. Also, I'm pretty sure it's torturing to you too, right? So like, but it's important that we get this.
I'm just glad that Passport OG made the recommendation. Sorry that he wasn't here to view it, but you know this was all his doing. He
And I'm glad you took up
recommended
the
it,
mantle.
and yeah, no problem. I mean, there was a lot to chew on here, so thank you all for joining the panel and giving it some levity.
Yeah, it's needed. It's needed. You know, for now, you know, Kamala's out. You know, for now, maybe for the next 12 years, the Democrats gonna be Ian Crow, right? But you know, I don't want us to kind of get besides ourselves. The Kim Fosters are gonna be here. They've been here. They're gonna be here, right?
Yeah,
And-
but
yeah.
will they change and adapt as they must?
Her no, but some other black women, yes.
She's
yes.
smart enough. She will. She's already starting to adapt. Okay, but the thing is, she has to eat crow, and she's trying to eat crow with as much water as she can. Okay, trying to water it down.
I don't know, BGS, but BGS, you be having way more optimism than me, BGS. I don't got it.
You gotta remember. I went to school with these kids. Okay.
True.
With
Fragmented.
the Kim Foster, but I have 3 of my guys that was in chemistry class went to Caltech. Okay.
And married women like this.
Another 10 guys went to
It
Stanford.
suffered.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
When I say basically I committed class suicide, I did. I'm not kidding.
Well, the
y'all
question you
guys
have to ask yourself about, you know, how are these women going to attempt to come into the fold, and how will they try to direct things in that process? That's what black men need to really consider, because obviously as Trump ascends to power, and people start to desperately try to figure out what's going to be their place in this new world.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to start seeing, hey, big head in a more broader sense, not just, you know, in terms of paying your bills, but
on a community-wide
trying to
level.
rally you as an ally and that sort of thing.
If Trump's ascension to power is a minor detail in a greater scheme, right? It's basically this is the decline of the empire. Okay, how do you handle that? Trump being in power actually signifies what's actually going on, right? Okay.
Yes.
He's not there. He's there to slow things down. He's not there to retrenchment. Yeah.
Retrenchment.
Yeah, that's what he's there for. So basically, so they have to cling on to what's left, and slowly but surely, it doesn't. At the end of the day, the environment is going to dictate what your reactions to it is, how you actually socialize with it, right? She knows it, okay? If she's in known circles, she's 1 degree of separation. She actually knows what the hell is going on, right? So the thing is, what I don't like her is coming on, and it's through the attitude of lying, and then come back admitting that you lied. Okay, you already knew. That means you knew. But I had to stay on code. You know, woman, I'm not gonna go on Victoria's thing, but you lied, okay?
I can't understand how someone with her personality has so much sway on the culture and stuff like that. Like,
it's not about her; it's about what the Oprah's built in the past.
The thing is not just about her. The thing is, I always say it's not the amount of people, is who listens to you, okay? And her being 1 degree of separation, who is she representing? Who is she talking to?
I need to know who they
But again, when you have a Harvard degree, you can go anywhere, and you can jump the line in terms of getting positions of influence. Like I say, it's very easy for you to you 21, 22 years old, you got a Harvard degree, you can get a associate producer job under Charlemagne.
Yes.
And next thing you know, you're writing copy that they're presenting for millions of people every day.
That's
That's
scarier
how
than you.
easy it is.
That's scarier than what you think when you think about it.
No,
but
that's my point.
Happens.
That's my point.
I mean,
that's what I've been trying to say.
Me and Dr. T called it basically the trash goes out on Tuesday, right? In other words, basically there's a certain order of things, right? And he said it because he used to teach at Claremont, right? He knew he was actually teaching the kids and influencing the kids were actually going to be going to the workforce to become middle managers and then upper management, actually dictating policy that the people underneath them will have to follow.
Well, look, thank God for YouTube.
And for even the more connected ones, a lot of them.
And you know every fucking.
I mean,
so for the more connected ones, a lot of them get started even before they graduate because they get intern gigs at 18, 19 years old.
Exactly.
In these, for the White House and et cetera, or whatever. So it's very easy if she tracked the right way to the right private school, etc., whatever. It was very easy for her to get in a position where she was having.
Most of the people whose platforms you're on right now that you connected to, where they go to school?
Oh.
Where did Sergey Brin go to school?
Sergey Brin? Didn't he go to somewhere in
Stanford?
Stanford. Yeah. Stanford.
Okay. Where did Bill Gates go to school?
He dropped out.
Harvard.
I don't care where he dropped out. Where did he go to school?
He went to Harvard.
Where did he attend? Not graduate.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is Harvard.
Harvard.
Mark Zuckerberg is Harvard. The Winkelsteins, obviously, or whatever their name is, whatever. That was Harvard.
That's Harvard.
Yeah.
And the Winklevoss twins, right? Okay.
Yeah, Winklevoss.
In other words, all I'm trying to do is point you in the direction, right? Where do the influencer people actually come from? Okay.
Yeah.
Where did she go to school? She went to Harvard. So guess what class of people that she's in?
Yeah.
The same people that actually run your internet. Okay.
Consider this. Consider
Yes,
the monster that she will become if this relationship she's in does not work out.
She can sit right next to Ebony K. Williams, okay?
Yeah.
No, she ain't gonna be Ebony because Ebony still she harbors a certain resentment of I still didn't get what I wanted, but it's not with the attraction element. And Ebony has perfectly described what.
Pretty.
Thank you.
But at the end of the day, man, when you get leftover, all leftover women go where?
I mean, go
No, well.
No comments. No comments.
Mr. Z, any Haitian, what do you Haitian repertoire?
Right? Like, I mean,
wait.
True. What I'm saying, there's going to be a special type of because as bad as Ebony was, I think there's levels to this anger and resentment, right? And when Ebony makes a conscious choice and kind of humble brags about it when she's on Breakfast Club and says, I could have taken the trip to France, but I had this to do and I had to be in Miami and I had to go to Cali.
Who is more resentful of winding up in a spot like that? A very beautiful woman or a mud duck like
Diglett?
Like Diglett. Trust and believe the pretty woman. The pretty woman is going to be more resentful because she actually had bigger aspirations than Diglett. Okay?
The beautiful woman may be more. It depends. I mean, the homely women usually want to hurt you.
Like I'm saying,
it's not that I disagree with you. I think the pretty woman feels more indignant about her situation or whatever because I wasn't supposed to end up here.
I could have been a contender.
but the ugly woman is capable of going genocide. Like the ugly chick is capable of scorch earth.
Because my degree and my status didn't get it because it goes back to the Brittany Renner thing when we covered it. How is it that I've done all of this lofty thing? I'm a black feminist. I graduated from Harvard. I got these many subscribers off of YouTube. I'm what Obsidian says she's earning $300,000 a year. And
I'm sure it's those cousins.
And now that there's a Trump and JD Vance talking about that perch earlier, it's getting flooded, and where the hell am I supposed to land? It's flooded now. Where's the land? Where am I supposed to land? You're this high civilian chick, highly educated. You and that man don't work out. Where the hell are you supposed to land?
So she headed Arkham?
Well, she's gonna be. She probably cellmates with. She's gonna probably be cellmates with Poison Ivy or maybe Harley Quinn.
If there's no way to land, then you got to fly until you die.
Ooh. Like Speed. You die. You go too fast, you die.
I think someone was sitting on your show recently, Mr. Z. No matter, like a man could accomplish so much, right? You could go to college, be the man, have a good living, have a good job, all that stuff, right? Then you attract a lot of women and a lot of other, many other things to you. But for a woman, it will never be the same. I forgot who sit down on the show recently.
Socrates. It was Socrates.
I mean, who's the chick that ran the Suicide Squad?
Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn.
Amanda Walker.
No. That's
Amanda Walker.
Amanda Walker.
She's Amanda Walker.
Amanda Waller.
Yeah,
Amanda Waller.
That's interesting. I think that's an apt analogy.
Who's the actress that played Amanda
Waller?
Hold on. Let her speak.
I think the sort of nihilistic kind of the nihilistic entity that Amanda Waller were, that would just burn everything down and destroy everything and use everybody to her effect, or her view of how things are supposed to be. That is a type here. That is a type.
Maybe it should start calling her Amanda instead of Diglett. Huh?
I prefer Amanda. At least with Amanda.
Alexa, can you play "Omandy" by Barry Manilow? I just had to do it.
But I think what black men need to be careful about, as the retrenchment, as we just described, occurs, and people start to get, these women start to get desperate and start to try to reconfigure what they will be able to influence as their influences elsewhere wane. That's where you may see them intruding in areas and upon things that you may not necessarily want them intruding upon. And I think that's something black men in particular need to really start to consider, because I could definitely see a lot of people trying to figure out, okay, what can I, grab hold of, on this sinking ship, so to speak.
Where do I land?
Do you want to remember the end of Titanic?
Yes.
He put her on the raft on the floating piece of wood.
Don't put that bee on that raft, man, while you hanging off the side.
Freezing to death.
I do think there's going to be a number of black men, who's going to do it. Black Guru. I do think so. I think they will. They will.
Never let go, Jack.
Before we continue on that one, since you brought up that analogy, I remember the show Mythbusters, when they showed that he could have been on that raft as well. But, using that analogy,
that's black men. They still want us to be in the water, man, while she sits on the raft saving her.
Raised to death.
Man, that was the ultimate, female fantasy, because not only did she live, but she went and married another dude.
Yeah, she lived a life.
Family,
she had
grandchildren, great grandchildren, lived to be 100-some years old. That was like total female.
And then dropped the jewel back down in the ocean.
Sacrificed his life so she could live.
Isn't that the ultimate
Jesus complex? Yeah.
Exactly.
Isn't that the ultimate spring break fantasy?
That's why until Avatar, that was the biggest movie of all time, because women were going back to see that by the dozens.
Yes. Yeah. I know females that saw it 20 times. Yeah.
I had a chance at the. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, what does it have? What does it say for me that I haven't seen it? I got some work to do, I guess.
You never saw Titanic?
Toya,
you got to give up your female card. You got to give up your female card, Toya.
Yeah,
I'm familiar with the soundtrack. Does that count?
No, it does not. You got homework, young lady.
Here. Because it
You
really
got to be a
speaks to
bra-wearing person now or something.
you
long
you
ass
have a
hair
chance
too.
at
By the way,
the
Black
rich
Hole,
square dude. Oh, go ahead.
but I'd rather have a
You're away
man
from
only
the way
because.
away from the mic. Okay.
Oh, hold on. Somebody else go ahead.
Yeah, you
You,
sound like
you,
the wizard.
Now,
you know,
you sound like you hiding from your girl in the bathroom. You don't want her to
mhm.
hear.
the,
Statistics is heavy.
the most messed up thing about that scene in Titanic, if you remember, it could be just how I remember it, but it seems like she lets go and the boat comes like 2 minutes later. I swear.
Yeah. Oh,
Right?
it's a movie. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
movie. Yeah, and the
Yeah.
flare, the
because
boat. Yeah, yeah,
the whistle. Don't remember the whistle. Everything. Because she
yeah,
was like, Mary, she's like, come back, and she blew the whistle, and they heard her in
yeah,
the distance.
yeah.
But it speaks to something, right? She has the chance for the rich square dude.
Mm.
She kind of shoves that off to have this romance passion with this lower caste dude,
Mm-hmm.
right? Lower caste dude dies, rich dude supposedly
Convenient.
was
Yeah.
right, convenient, and then she like we were saying, she goes on to get married and have her. I'm
Under his
always
last name.
right.
Oh,
I'm
y'all forgetting one
always
part. You're forgetting one part.
go ahead.
She then dies on that ship and goes to heaven and meets the poor dude again and kisses him.
Oh yeah, we
Well,
forgot that part.
Yeah, yeah,
we
yeah.
forgot that part.
But she was
That's basically
also
what
with
it was.
What's
Go ahead.
crazy to me, no, it's the idea. Like I think about the husband. You married and had kids and grandkids with a woman who was always in love with a dude that died however long ago. That's
Wait,
That
wait, wait,
crazy
wait,
sounds
wait,
like
to
wait.
Will
me.
Smith.
Z, hold on a second.
Ah,
Z,
go ahead.
on behalf of AB, I just gotta say, don't be talking about Will Smith and Jada like that.
I thought it.
Oh
I
wow.
thought it.
What are you gonna do
I
without
thought
me,
it.
motherfucker? What are you gonna do without
Man,
me?
yeah.
Shit.
I know you never know. You never know,
You're
but
right though, never.
man.
Don't talk about Will Smith and Jada like that. That's no.
Mr.
I mean, I'd
Z,
have to
Yeah.
slap. You know, I mean,
Go ahead, Toya.
we
Go
got
ahead.
to we got to protect Z from getting slapped. That's all what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead, Toya.
Mr. Z,
Yep.
consider this.
Mhm.
I know I'm getting messy, but it's the end of
Go
the
ahead.
stream now, and I'm gonna ask you guys for closing remarks. But let me just
Okay.
get this off real quick.
Mhm.
Consider the fact that Kimberly Foster's beau is only with her to gain access to the women that he really wants to date.
He a climber.
I
I'm
mean,
just saying.
so
I'm not saying, but I'm just saying.
I've seen pictures of Buddy Rowe, right?
Right.
And Obsidian was the worst for saying they like he looks like your looks match equal. That was because she swears she's more shallow than she actually is.
Hmm.
But number one, but she kind of bragged one time that she dated a over 6 foot tall dude, was 6'3", 6'5". I can't remember what it was. And I look at who she's with now. I listen to her claim that she's shallow, and it just doesn't match. Okay, he
Nope.
he he earns good money. I know he's a frat brother. He's connected where he is to a certain degree. So I get it. With that said, I give credence to what you're saying, and we will see. I agree with you what you said
We
earlier.
will.
The If they don't work out, I
Right.
think the level, oh boy, I actually feel sad for her if they don't work out because recently she's considering in the back of her mind is potentially children. She said it, right?
Mhm.
Is I don't want to have kids now, but you never know. That means you're thinking about it, lady. That means you're thinking about it. You're in love with him. Okay, cool.
Toya,
That's good. That's good.
And
You're
that
happy.
shot clock is about to run out.
You see what
So
I'm saying? So
yeah.
if you're
Toya,
considering
wait a minute, though.
children now, go ahead, AB.
Toya, don't talk about Lane loving her boyfriend like that.
Yawn. But right, if you're
Same
considering
difference.
children
Go ahead.
now,
mhm.
right? What y'all might get together. I don't know if they last. I see what you're saying, Toya.
I'm just
Let me just man. Hopefully, for her sake, I really honest to God, I'm not even joking. I hope they do for
I
her
do too.
sake. I
But
hope they do
yeah,
for her
but
sake.
that's the
Yeah,
only reason why we're saying that because we
yeah.
know what comes on the other end of it, and we also
Man.
know that it's probably not going to end the way she thinks it is. So
Hey,
That would be like Super Saiyan hate nigga on the other side.
You're saying her
Man.
breaking up with this man would turn her into a slightly smarter Cynthia G?
Well, no, it's worse than that. Only to touch
Y'all
two.
let Leon know. Go ahead, Leon.
Yeah. Okay. So me and Ryan, I told you about our cruise ship trips and how many, I spoke about it. It's like I used to go on cruises with my brothers and my dads, and bro, like half the white guys are actually to have relationships with their wife. I'm cool just as long as they're not watching. So how I, how I look at the Titanic is this. That was the era when they first began romanticism. And he's a guy of a lower class, so he wasn't economically viable to do anything but be romantic to her. He couldn't offer her shit. So just like after I got done busting down a lady, she got off that cruise ship, she snapped her fingers and went back to who she was with her husband. Like there's no confusion. She wasn't gonna leave the boat with him. When you read fictional books, what women love about them is that romantic stuff that they can't get from their upper class male. They might get the bag, they might get certain things, but they'll never get that from their husbands. So she doesn't really care about the guy. She cares about the feeling that she got from the guy.
Shout out to August Alsina.
Yeah, yeah. And when it comes to Bowser, I mean, let's. I'm a. Okay, I said the girl from the Real Talk Show, but I'm worried about when Oprah Winfrey passes away and they need to pass the stick down the road. She might be that girl. She might really be that girl
I
to
said it.
replace Oprah.
Yeah, no, I've said it. I've said it. You know, she's working in that direction. I might be a bit too presumptive. It could be another one of pretty much just like her. Um, but no, I think there's a number of people vying for that spot. Will it be as influential? Maybe not, but pretty much in that lane, in that in that vein. Yeah, no, I think there's a number of black women in particular vying for the to be the next Oprah. Once again, maybe without not as much influence and pull, maybe not even as wealthy, but down that lane of somewhat common name in the black community. And
I don't think that's possible anymore. I think the advent of social media makes it almost impossible for there to be a concentration of attention to one person that would generate anything close to that level of focus. I mean, when you talk about Oprah, you're talking about a very different technological world. Very different. The mindset was very different. I mean, there was cable, but even that wasn't what cable is today. Oprah was very much a function of the logistics of the world as she was her own talent and personality. Although Oprah, I would say, was a talented person. It was or is, or maybe was, especially for her time, a talented personality. And I mean, that woman isn't anywhere near the personality
I would agree with that.
that
I would
an
agree with that, yeah.
80s, mid 80s Oprah Winfrey was. Not even in the same galaxy.
Does she need to be though?
Well, I mean, she would have to be in order to compete
Push the
with
product. Yeah.
the environment, because again, in the social media world, there's just so many things pulling for your attention that unless you are of some spectacular uh, charisma, some unique and spectacular charisma, even though people might appreciate your opinions or whatever, you're just not going to dominate their
Yeah, you're not gonna
consciousness
make the
the same way you
run
could
the
have
numbers to be
40 years
influential
ago.
enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know. With her, especially, she said something when she was going at the Passport Bros, and it was this little snarky comment, essentially saying that her dreams and aspirations are loftier than just being one of you Passport Bros, piece or wife or whatever, and it just spoke to me of like the direction she thinks she's going in and what maybe some of her aspirations are. And that's where I get the kind of Oprah-esque wannabe vibe from, right? Like it's her goals and aspirations are way bigger than, and she does this lecture tour thing, and she meets up with other, I guess similarly situated black women, and card carrying, feminist, and yeah, I think for our era
Well, like I say,
it's women
all
like
that
this.
was a product of an environment that really encouraged and buttressed this black female ascendance.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's coming to an end. And I think Trump is going to accelerate the diminishment of that. I think, especially to the extent that, you know, there is some reduction of or some challenges to. I think one thing I foresee are some serious challenges to the execution of
I'm telling
Title
you,
IX. I think
Everglades
white
wireless is
men.
the worst, y'all. Go ahead.
No,
Okay.
it's not just you. A few people dropped down and came back, so
Yeah,
it's not just
Yeah.
you.
yeah. But I'll let me say this and let me drop off. Um, I keep on speaking about how dangerous I see women like this, because they're petite bourgeoisie, and it sounds nice what they say.
Bourgeoisie
It sounds
petite.
empowering to other women, black women in specific. But I always knew in this space that the numbers just did not work for this way of thinking for the masses of black women. And so you have individual black women, the colorist queen that I speak of, the crystalline Karazins, once again the real talk with Yanni's, and just the numbers don't work in the favor of black women because quite frankly, women in general in America don't earn enough, let alone black women don't earn enough with or without the college education. Very few, what is it, 8% of women in America, trending more to 9% of women in America earn over 100,000. And that's women writ large. That's not black women, right? So they don't earn enough for this worldview of this hyper individualistic, either all or nothing, give black men the middle finger way of thinking. But if a Miss Foster can intellectualize it for you, right? Then maybe she can lead you off the edge of that mountain to antidepressant pills. And it's not just dangerous for black women, clearly, because black women and black men are attached by the hip. It's dangerous for black men and black children too, for the ones that these women do have. So that's why I cover and critique and criticize these people, because what they preach sounds good and it sounds empowering, and all that partner talk sounds empowering,
Yeah.
but that's just not how it's going to come out in the wash, right? So yeah.
Also, I mean, when you talk about the way she talks and everything, there's a parallel I see with her and another certain individual. I'm not going to mention the name. I just have to say just one phrase. Make a plan. If she thinks she's going in that kind of direction, you know what I'm saying?
Put the name in the back chat because I'm struggling to think of who you're saying.
Okay, and we're going to start with AB Media and make our way back around to Black Uru to give closing remarks. Thank you.
Feminism is alive and well, and although it's dying right now, we're still gonna have to roll with the punches with this. I don't expect them just to go away.
My turn.
That's it. I'm
Okay.
next person. I'm working on
Yeah.
something right now.
I would say, please think for yourself and read for yourself.
Agreed.
Yeah. That's all I got. You know.
To borrow a phrase from somebody else that used to be in the manosphere, it seems that cognitive dissonance and is at an all-time high. So no matter what people see in front of them, they have all the information, but they refuse to make the connection. So that's it.
I would just like to say encourage people to actually open and expand their minds if they feel that they're locked into a particular worldview. Um, in particular with like the election and who voted for who. If you know somebody that did vote a different way, maybe instead of trying to say that they're some type of ism, maybe just talk to them, try to understand why they voted a particular way. Well, I like my plan there.
So I'll just go. Thank you for having me up, Toya. And to better you, I say it's not ism, it's ist, sir. It's ist. Okay. No, I'm playing
I
with
was
you.
thinking that.
Right. So, but no, and thank you for having me up, Toya. The great, review. I know we didn't get to listen to your pre-record. I don't know if you're gonna post it. We didn't get to listen to it too much, but if you do, I'll listen to it. Shout out to the elders BGS when he was here earlier. Shout out to Black Uru. I'm not gonna filibuster too much. And it's unfortunate. You would think the Kim Fosters of the world would be actually attempting to do right by Black men because of their position. And she claims to care, believe it or not. She said this some months ago. At this point,
That's
um,
cap.
yeah, it really is. And yeah, at the end of the day, you know, people like this to me are dangerous because they're not honest about their resentment about what I call childhood rejection trauma, and that they are suffering from still some um, undesirable PTSD. Um, and I would say let it go. You think you haven't. I can see it from the way you speak, the way you move, and I'm Black, and I can smell you. But and thank you for having me up to. I ain't gonna filibuster. Y'all like, share, subscribe. Shout out to Toya for presenting us with this, and Mr. Z out.
All right, who's next?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Toya. It was
Oh, you were supposed to
great.
do the Black Uru benediction.
I no one
I
was saying
wanted you to go
anything, so
last.
okay. I don't. I'll wait. I'm just like no one said anything, so I.
Chaos, Sick Diggy, neither one of y'all have anything to say?
Actually, I just want to say first and foremost, thank you, Toya, for having me on. I owe you a big hug, big sister. Also, I better get some milk and cookies next time I come over. Just tell me how you like your cookies.
I might
And it was
squeeze
just a
you a
lot of.
little hard.
Well, I'm sure I can take it. I mean,
You got it.
just mind. Besides, just make sure your mom's there so I can go. Mom, Toya's teasing me. Just out of love. Toya, don't pick on your brother like that, but it's all love and appreciate the conversation. That's
All right. Vincent?
Oh, already said my piece.
Okay. Chaos?
All right, let me get closer. 1 second, take this off. What we have learned, ladies and gentlemen, well, there's many things we have learned. One, that when you have people that are personalities and has a large following, but it's not making a goddamn sense, it tells you you're following a fool, unfortunately. Especially a very untitled fool, to the point where she will sit there, rant, and make word salads to points and things that don't really have nothing to do with regular people. And even if she was talking about a certain class people, you're still put in that boat because you're Black, sweetie. Harvard graduate. You're not going to get far in society. And the people that you deal with, they just look at you and laugh in your face. And another thing, at 35 years old, unfortunately, them eggs are dried up. You better just hope for a miracle that some dude just show up the club and you just say you just be a single mother. That's the better solution than anything else. Any man that's dealing with you, and we know she has dated a lot, she's been on the carousel, like most of them, that you have wasted your precious years, especially if you went to certain high advanced educational schools where you're around a plethora of men, Black men in general. So you're not really picky. You're out here just thinking to sit there, let life pass you by, jump right on houses, and eventually get to a point where now you think you're entitled and you're going out right now paying for a man. That's a better future for you. Besides looking for a mate and then decide when you're going to dictate when you have children, when you're going to be a mother. You could do that, but who's going to buy you? How are you going to sell that to yourself in front of other men? Especially men that's a little bit older, because men of her age, which the dude she was dealing with was roughly her age last time I checked, or close to that. He's not even go as far as putting ring on it. He just buying his time waiting for the next lady that he's gonna scoop up, and that's just the honest truth. But nonetheless, it's good to look at these content creators and look at the foolishness they put out here on the internet, and we can see why the followers are so delusional. You're delusional by choice now. You're better off listening to men. Men are gonna make fun of you and do all this, but at least they're gonna be honest. The ladies, they're gonna comfort you and tell you bullshit. Even to the point they're gonna hide information from you, and then come back and say, I was playing, I'm just playing and keeping the keeps around my peers. Okay, you're worthless to me. Goodbye. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
Thanks, Chaos. All right, Black Guru, you got it.
Okay. Thank you, Toya, for having me. Wonderful stream. It's a pleasure talking with you. As always, pleasure talking with the other gentlemen on the stream. And being, I guess, listened to by the folks in the public chat. I often feel, when you have been married and you've raised daughters exclusively, maybe I don't know if you notice as much. Maybe if you have sons, or I don't know. Not having sons, I don't know how it necessarily affects your perspective. But when you spent time around surrounded by women, women who love and care for you, and you've had to love and care for and protect, um, you you realize all the many ways in which women are special. Women are wonderful. That women add touches to things that uh, enliven life itself. Um, the presence of women, the ability to come in and to beautify things in a way to find beauty in an environment, to enhance the aesthetic appeal and appreciation of things. Um, Again, it's something special and unique, especially for Black women. And what saddens me when I see young women like Kim Foster and just this overall um, mindset that has evolved, I guess, the better part of the last 60 years amongst Black women is that you all have killed your magic. You killed the most special thing about what you are, what you can contribute, what you can do, what you can inspire of men. You destroyed it. You perverted it. You turned it into this very selfish, venal, mercenary, haughty thing. And we Black men have been diminished by it too, because what does inspire us now? Now we've got to create new ways and new visions, and whether it's the passport and going to find women elsewhere, other communities or whatever, because men do need that. Men have always needed that, and throughout history, our women provided that. And so when I look at a woman like her, I think about the the death of the magic of Black women, and how we cannot rely on that anymore. Black men, young Black men can't rely on that anymore. And now we got to be continually suspicious of your motives, what you're doing, what you mean, who you're allied with. You know, are you going to somehow do something and going to compromise my best interests on the back end? You're going to do it for purely selfish reasons? Are you going to actually ally with white people, of all things, against me? Are you going to use the education that My grandfathers and whatever fought, bled, and died for to afford you, are you going to use that then to compromise me, to disable me, and to ally with the very nemesis that put us in bonds to begin with? I think about the betrayal. I think about the utter betrayal of Black women like Kim Foster. And so when I think about what has happened with this election, I would like to leave young men and Black men in general, but young men in particular, with a warning about, even though Trump won, and to some degree their power is and their influence is going to be somewhat neutralized, they are going to try to trick you. They're gonna confuse you with racism, racism. Trump is the enemy. Trump is the Dark Lord Sauron. Trump is Hitler. Anything to dissuade you from operating in your best interest. Going forward, now's the time for you to look at whatever happens, whoever, JD Vance, Trump, or whatever. How can I find my cut? And that's going to probably mean you not listening to a whole lot of Black women, especially Black women like that, unfortunately. And you're gonna have to find your own place unique, and you're gonna have to hold your nose through some of the stuff you see and hear, and some of it's gonna sound racist, or it's gonna sound like something that you've been trained to perceive as being racist, when in actuality it's probably going to be in your best interest as a Black man. But you're going to have to prepare yourself to deal with that kind of woman, those kind of women, because of the positions they hold. And you're going to have to discover or understand that they really are. They going forward, they're going to be your biggest enemy because of how close they are to you and how closely they influence other things and other people who are close to you. Thanks again for having me, Toya. Hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Black Uru. You're always appreciated. I just want to close out the stream by saying thank you to everyone who participated on the panel as well as in the chat. I'm very appreciative of the cash apps I received as well. I'm going to go get myself some ice cream after this. Um, and I will see you guys soon for something. I don't know if I'm going to renew my StreamYard next month. I might take some time off from streaming to come back with content that I think is aligned with what I want my message to be, and fully fleshing out my channel so that I can make more consistent content for you all. But each of these streams is an exercise toward that. So more than anything, I just want to express my gratitude. So I'll see you again soon. And you know how I like to end my streams, and I don't end my streams without doing this. And if I don't end it soon, this cat is going to walk across this keyboard and end it for me. So peace, ease, and whatever you please. Much love, y'all.